call upon Jerusa, if you can at least open for us with a word of prayer before we can go ahead. As PHO from Siaya, I would want, yes, I think we would want to give the priority for the guest. We'll have this section for our guest. So kindly just move ahead. So thank you for that. So I think we'll just have general introductions so that we can know each other. Tujue mahali tunatoka. And at least after that, we'll go ahead and at least start our program as scheduled.
Good morning, everyone. This is a session for introduction. Now we would request self-introduction so that we know who is in the hall, who has already. And the members of the cooperative society. We could start from the gentleman at the end.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bernard George, and I come from Homa Bay.
Good morning. I'm Philip Makama, and I come from Kisumu Central.
Good morning. I'm Jerusa Ogwire from Busia County, Savia Sub-County.
Good morning, members. My name is Vincent Yamo, and I come from Nakuru.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Opio Emily from Kisumu County.
Good morning, everyone. Leonard Umbura from Bondo.
Yes, give them.
Morning, members. I'm Samuel Odua, a farmer from Kisumu County.
Okay.
Morning. Wellington Odur from Siaya.
Hello, good morning. My name is Robert Kelly. I'm from Kisumu.
Okay. And I'm William Nyaim, a board member, and I'm coming from Kisumu East, Kajulu, also a farmer. Thank you very much. We are still waiting for our guests. We don't want to introduce anything in their absence because we want them to go along with us along the way. So a number of things that I will mention, allow me to mention only when they are around, so that they go along with us and nobody is left behind. Thank you.
letter that is giving us authority to hold this meeting legally. We also have those that are going to be introduced online. I don't know how you can you please help us? We have some guests that we need to introduce online. I thought we could be able to also see them and hear what they are saying. Yes. So in case any of them is online, you can tell me. So we'll introduce them in the meantime. But now, I think we would go straight to the reading of our letter that through him, I also learned to get some leadership quality. He was also able to guide as one of the elders that we had within the cooperative. So he's one of those who we've banked our hopes on when it comes to guiding the cooperative. So with that, I would wish to now pass him the baton so that he can please take us through the letter before we officially start our meeting. So welcome, Mr. Paul. Doesn't have a switch.
Thank you for. Okay. Thank you for the introduction that you have given me. You have given to members. I want to recognize some of our guests in the hall with us here. We have a director of county director of livestock and production, Kisumu County, Mr. Kakuku Charles. Kakuku Charles is seated right there. I want to also recognize the cooperative officer in whose service we are present here. And I know when we have him around, we are safe. I want to also recognize Mr. Wellington Oduor, who is a county PHO officer, Siaya. He is also present with us. He's seated right here. So in the house we have quite some titles and guests who have managed to attend our annual general meeting. Now, before we begin, it is very much in order for us to declare or give a notice or read for you a notice for this meeting so that all of us are safe when we are here. This was a letter of authority to conduct a virtual and annual general meeting at this hotel. This is Palmer's Hotel on the 29th of October 2021. This is the first annual general meeting that we are having as Weriny. Allow me to read it. The chairman, Weriny Pigs Stakeholders Cooperative Society Limited, PO Box 1158, Kisumu, authority to conduct virtual annual general meeting. Reference is made to your letter dated 9th August 2021 on the above subject and the Commissioner's circular on suspension of all general meetings, ref. Mid C stroke SDC stroke 217 dated 16th March 2020. The request for approval to hold a virtual annual general meeting has been granted with the following guidelines attached to be observed in order to promote effective decision-making, professionalism, uniformity, and consistency. This is therefore to ensure the meeting is lawful and procedural, properly and effectively managed under the applicable laws, regulations, and global best practices, including but not limited to 1. Cooperative Society Act, Cap 490. The society is advised to make necessary logistics for the meeting to be successful and also adopt virtual meetings in its bylaws. Signed, Francis Wekesa, for Commissioner for Cooperative Development. A copy to the Sub-County Cooperative Officer, Kisumu West, whom I had identified and recognized in the hall. Before also we continue, and I call upon my chairman to welcome you and give his report. After giving the notice of the meeting, I would have a few remarks to make. One is that this is a young cooperative society that is holding its first annual general meeting to date. You know how young and organizations that are just started may face very many difficulties on the way and very many hiccups. There are a number of hiccups that we have faced. One of them is financial hiccups. We had to keep on consulting with the authorities, with the stakeholders, with people who are responsible for us to move and have a way forward in quite a number of issues. 2, elections that were held When we held elections, what we had is that people were being elected without knowledge of their capacity in various capacities. And therefore, some of them were learning on the job. They were learning through education, Department of Education Committee of the organization, trying to call on facilitators through workshops so that they can learn more about how cooperatives are run and how these things are done. So we have had a number of in-service and workshops whereby we tried to enlighten members of our board and officials in how cooperative societies are run. The other thing is that also the members themselves, whom we recruited and mobilized, there were a number of issues that may have come as to why the cooperative society was begun in order to uplift their standards and solve or resolve problems that they may have had. This means that they had also to be exposed through training programs in order for them to be aware, especially on pigs and how production of pigs and the general piggery as a farmer. And therefore, there are a number of things that still are at stake when it comes to that. We had to make a lot of movements as officials of the cooperative society, and these movements were being made through just through thick and thin, because having very little financial base, a number of us had to sacrifice in order for us to make things succeed. And in the course, there may have been problems on the way, whereby some of us as officials may not have had a chance of doing what pertains to their various departments. And therefore, as a collective responsibility, we had to come in a number of occasions in order for us to cover for them and in order for us to make the cooperative society move up to this level. So I want to thank God that there are a number of teething problems that may have been there, and we looked for methods and ways of resolving within ourselves those teething problems. But I would assure you that it was not a very easy way to go, and we needed a lot of advice from the stakeholders and from all partners that we have had in order for us to move up to date when we are having the first annual general meeting. I've just given an overview of what is happening, but otherwise the nitty-gritty and the chairman's report is going to contain all that. May I once again introduce to you our chairman. My chairman, Stephen Omoro. We know him as Daktari because by profession he's a senior clinical officer who has risen up to a point where he became even medical superintendent. And through that exposure and through seeing ahead and being a farmer, he saw that he should help the rest of the Kenyans and give service to the humankind in uplifting the life and especially farmers of pigs and other livestock. So welcome, sir, so that you can give your report and then continue. But I want you, first of all, before you do that, you may identify for us the partners whom we have, yeah, so that maybe if it is in your speech, then you will include it. But the partners have helped us a lot in making the cooperative move ahead. Thank you. Welcome. Let's give a hand to him as we welcome him.
Thank you so much for that complimentary. And I would wish to introduce some of the introduced guests that we have in our midst. I think we had already introduced the Director Livestock Kisumu. I think his counterpart, the Director Veterinary Services, have not made it to the meeting, and he offered his apology. And again, I would also want to again recognize the presence of the representative of the County Public Health Office, Siaya, Mr. Wellington. Welcome to our meeting. Again, one of my very close friends who also gave me some roots in this line, Mr. Habala, the chairman of Busia Pig Farmers Cooperative. Welcome to our meeting. And I'm very grateful for honoring our invitation. On the other hand, we would also wish to introduce the Director Livestock Busia County. If he is online, maybe he can say hi. Director Livestock Busia County is with us online anywhere. Director Livestock, Director Veterinary Busia County. Are they online? Maybe we'll catch up later in case they are not able to catch up with us. And again, we also have our public health, Director Public Health Kisumu County. As the representative arrived, he just got an urgent meeting. Director Public Health Kisumu County. I think we'll catch up with him later. And BIDCO Manager BIDCO, yes, welcome in our midst. We'll have time for you. And Unga Feeds. Do we have Unga Feeds? Wow. Okay, then I think, are they joining online? Because it was a promise to be physical. Okay. So on the same, I would wish to pass apologies from CEC Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, Siaya County, who have also, she got an urgent meeting that she had to attend in person in Kisii. That one just interrupted 2 days ago, that she got that notice and had to attend. At the same time, I would also want to pass the apologies of both Kakamega and Bungoma counties that were also committed and were not able to attend in the line of Ministry of Livestock and Agriculture. And those are some of those who were confirming their presence to be with us today in this event. So with that, I think I would now finally want to introduce our auditor, if she's somewhere. Has she arrived? Yes. Thank you so much, Japesa. Now, with her is also our sub-county cooperative commissioner, Mr. Akama, and is actually the guest of honor, is the one who is going to oversee all the activities that we are carrying out today. So with that, I would want to go straight to my speech. And I am proud to be among those who think like I do. It's my pleasure to stand here today and speak to such a potential group of our nation, our nation's future in agribusiness. Let's look at the statistics in livestock, especially pig industry, the census that were done, latest 2019. The number of pigs in Kenya was 596,414 heads. Number of pigs in Kenya increased from 57,400 heads from 1970 to 596,414 heads in 2019, growing at an average annual rate of 5.26%. This gives us a hope that there is continuous awareness and acceptance happening in the community. So the question is, are we seeing the opportunity or watching it pass? If we have such a tremendous increase in terms of number of pigs increasing, meaning that people are getting to know more about pig industry. So, to fellow members, we were brought together by a motivation of venturing into pig industry. But what will make us succeed in our commitment, what will make us succeed is our commitment. Building pigsty and starting to keep pigs is just like buying a gym costume and at least getting the psych. It doesn't mean that at one point you are going to get fit. It is through continuous practice that is going to make one fit, and also teamwork. It is also not easy, even when you are practicing in gym, to get fit when you are not getting psych from the rest. So you, at least once in a while, you go where people are, and in the gym, whatever, then you also get psych and continue. So in that line, we are also united here in the line of pig industry, so that we can also psych each other and get that momentum that we need to potentiate our ability to succeed in pig industry. So in life, we have two major choices. We can either accept things as they exist, or take responsibility to change them. For example, we can, you are a driver and maybe your vehicle gets stuck on the way. So you can decide to get in the vehicle, put hazard and wait for help. Another person would put the vehicle in a free gear, start pushing and keep the momentum going. So we need to accept and work with reality. For example, you can't stand at the top of this building today, then you pray to God that I don't believe in gravity. My friend, you will realize that gravity believes in you. And it is at that point that you will turn to reality. So on the same note, you can't negotiate your way out of reality, but what you can do is get started with whom you need to be with in order to roll. Let's now take responsibility to change our situation in this pig industry. In this concept, there are three types of people in life. Those who make things happen, those who watch things happen, and those who don't know what happened. So we can decide as a team to belong to either of the groups. So we have been thinking small for far too long, and we should stop the mentality of it is not possible, because it will finally not be possible. By this, I mean that setting small targets is the same as saying, I want it, and on the other hand, you say, I don't want it. Your body, emotion, mind, and energy are all organized in one direction. Everything you want happens if you keep the momentum. For example, if you want to build a pigsty, then your aim is to hold a pigsty that maybe costs like 3 million, and in your pocket you have 50,000. Then you start saying, it's not possible, it's not possible. Finally, it won't be possible. What I would want us to think is, instead of saying it is not possible, let us say, how can I make it possible? So it is because sometimes we develop fear in approaching issues. For example, we might say that establishing a feed plant would be an uphill task. Then we start thinking small. And it is in that thinking small that we will remain thinking small. So I would urge us today to start thinking, because fearing to do something is what is leading us to stagnation. And in that, we need to accept that fear is a false evidence appearing real, and failing is the only way to learn. And what matters is what you do after failing. Let's also remember that the day you plant the seed is not the day you will eat the fruit. So we should be ready to persevere, cross our hands, and keep the momentum of the efforts we need as a team. Creating negative thought process will destroy our dreams. So let's not say that what have not happened till now will not happen. Human beings can make it happen. With doubtful minds, even the most faithful Christian, if God appears today, he would order for some investigation to prove if it is real that it's God who is appearing. So I would urge us to be steady and stay committed, and that is what will help us achieve our goal. So let's think the way the lions think. Lion become the king of the jungle, but in real sense, if he sees an elephant, he sees lunch because of its mentality. I think this is a common narrative. But when the elephant sees the lion, he sees his death. So if we think like the lion, then pig industry being one of the most unknown, most undiscovered, would come up to the top and become one of the famous, and actually other livestock food chains would actually borrow a leaf from us. We should also have the same mentality like a lion to also borrow from an eagle that doesn't fear storm. When it is too hard and the wind is blowing, the eagle doesn't run away like other birds, but it uses the storm to lift it higher. So we have challenges. No one has challenges, and actually life is full of challenges. So if we fear facing problems and want to remain in our comfort zone, then that is where we will be. So it should be a collective responsibility for us to actually be there and physically face these challenges. Because at the end of the day, we are only controlled by either the conscious or the unconscious mind. And the unconscious mind is bigger than the conscious mind, though it is controlled by the conscious. So the unconscious mind works against us, and that is what will make you think that something is big or impossible or difficult. But we need to program ourselves to use the conscious mind in a small way to get to the level that we are going to succeed. So I have, together with my team, tried to reach out to some of the people that we can be able to partner with. And as an organization, willing and ready to work with other existing organizations, we have reached out to a number of them, including Kujis, of which I failed to mention. I think they are also supposed to be online. Unga Feeds, Bidco Company, Mombasa Millers, Usenge Bakery, Sakina Feeds, and individual feed shops, among others, to help our members access feeds for their animals. We have equally reached out to the county government under the Departments of Public Health, Livestock and Veterinary in respect to the private-public partnership. And in this, we aimed at helping members to access their expertise and legal advice, at the same time helping us to reach them so that we can always get considerations in their plannings. We have also sought financial partners, and God, in his own ways, worked wonderfully, and we were able to actually get one of the donors, KCIC, that at least reached out for us. And we are grateful for the luck, as they are hard to come by, especially in pig industry, where most donors are inclined toward other food chains. So on the other hand, birds of the same feathers flock together. And that is why we chose to also work with Busia pig farmers, and I think you saw the representative there. Busia pig stakeholders, which also I also received the apologies, as a way of identifying ourselves to bring the true family code. We have in this demonstrated to practice one of our core principles, which is cooperating with other cooperatives. And we shall continue to reach out to as many organizations countrywide in pig industry value chain, from groups, entrepreneurs, individual businesses, medium and large organizations to join hands with us in forming a movement that will see us bring a reasonable change in pig business. We need to create an impact in solidarity to the county governments to start allocating funds in their financial year budgets in line with pig industry development, because it's equally a potential and reliable source of income that will boost our economy, provide food security, employment, financial security, and reduce dependency rates among youths and family in our society. It is in the same note that we have also embraced cooperation among cooperatives by engaging Cusco, which is a union body for cooperatives, which is it's a union of several cooperatives, so that we can also bring the connection and the relevant network we need to propel ourselves to the next level. So, as earlier mentioned, this is a young cooperative, as earlier mentioned by my fellow board member. I want to admit that it has been an uphill task bringing together different people from different backgrounds and minds to convince them to do the same thing, reason the same way, work together, and blend with each other, especially at the initial stages of group formation. As a leader, I learned that I need to be a good listener to be able to receive more feedback that help members succeed, and to be a good observer to be able to know the next move. I also learned that in a group, there are a type of people who have their own issues. They don't get along with themselves. How are they going to get along with you anyway? But as a leader, you always have to keep pushing so that you don't get controlled by them. So, to the management that will be taking over, I want you to know that no one have ever done anything great without opposition. And you should keep your pace, because no matter how good you do or you are, some people will still not love you. It happened with Jesus. I want to encourage you that if you get into the office, it's your consistency that will make people have confidence in you, and that it's only the best leaders that have the courage to do the right thing in the face of overwhelming pressures, like I've tried, because your courage comes from support you feel from others, which will in turn inspire the rest of members to work with you. On the same note, as members, I think you've also been one-on-one with how we have been operating, and I've also seen how tough it is also to bring these heads together, and even not just membership, but also management. If you don't have patience, it becomes actually a nightmare. And if you are somebody who actually cannot take that pressure and bothers him, then you are the first person who can be able to even give up and leave the whole thing barehanded, and you run away. And it is in this that you get some, not just as members, but also within the management, that will also give you some uphill tasks to also work on, whereby you get somebody, you are elected, and after election, that person, you no longer see that person, only to reappear the last minute and say, I've resigned. How can you resign in an office that you've never worked in? So you also have another version of those who will be in the management, but they are there. So there is no contribution, no any other thing, but come the last minute, because they fear maybe to face reality on an accounting to members on what they have done, they would say that I'm quitting, just not to give maybe their report and maybe hand over whatever they have done. So it comes also in a disguise. So as a leader, you must learn to work and give results without excuse, whether somebody is there or not. What people need is a result. People don't need excuses. People don't need to know what happened, how it happened. We need results. So as a leader, when you come into office, I want to urge you that kindly make personal commitment and responsibility to ensure that the group initiative is actually moving ahead, without considering who is pulling you behind. You always keep focusing ahead. So in management, I've also realized that I had some challenges that we have realized as an office, whereby we also get in, as a cooperative, we have member dormancy. So failure to see the sense of supporting the cooperative to potentiate its operation is a major killer to the dreams of our initiative. Another challenge that we have is the lack of commitment by both members and some officials in undertaking a collective responsibility when called upon. So when we sit back and watch silently when there is an activity or opinion to be shared, it kills the zeal in others that would otherwise hold hands in making the activity done. So I call upon members from today that we actually focus and actually commit and be there for the whole task that we committed to actually undertake. Another challenge is that there is a lack of a financial base. As an organization, many opportunities will pass us following our weak financial strength, but if members can realize the power of pulling funds together and being consistent in our monthly deposits and growing our shares, we shall never miss our target. We also have challenges externally and also at individual levels, whereby national and county government don't provide budgetary allocations to support pig farmers, and if they do, it never reaches the farmers. We shall try to work close with the Department of Livestock to ensure that from now moving forward, we will have our representatives during public participation and at the board where budgets are passed to safeguard our interests. So this does not mean that as a cooperative we'll have to be there, but within their departments in the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Veterinary, we would wish to request so that we have some of our representatives to actually gear our interests. So there is no recommendation from the government side to donors to support pig industry. For example, we have several USAID grants, but pig industry is excluded from the priority list of value chains to be funded. So this one is practical. We've actually worked and actually done full, not maybe full, but up to the level we've reached in inquiries, USAID funds that are supporting agribusiness, pig industry is not one of the priority to be funded. We shall take this challenge to initiate the negotiation with the donors, both directly and through the government, and also our donor who also accepted to take up this challenge with us, KCIC, because they have also realized that they also don't have anybody in mind supporting the donors that are also supporting the pig industry. So the Ministry of Livestock and Veterinary that are here, as an organization, we are actually humbly requesting, and this one is actually going to be a collective responsibility for all organizations in the value chain of pig industry, so that our donor have accepted, so that we are going to conduct a countrywide survey in all counties to establish the donors or maybe the fundings that come to the counties and are supporting the pig industry. At the same time, the survey is also going to have a questionnaire to also try and inquire over a period the type of funding in each county, the entire country, the budgetary allocations in each county for a period that will be stipulated, so that we know how has the pig industry been supported over the years. And in that line, we want to, it is in that line that we had actually contacted our donor and agreed in conducting that survey to help us. So we are actually going to work together, so that it is in that survey that we will table a concrete concept with proof to donors, like the USAID, like German corporation, like Danida. We have a number of organizations that are actually giving in money. We also have RTI, which is also actually the manager of RTI, Alilia Sana. He wanted, like, this is a good idea and they could have supported, but USAID doesn't support pig industry. It only supports the other livestock and majorly the dairy and feed in line with the dairy. So we also have GIZ, that's German cooperative corporation. They also have nothing directly to. We also have KCSAP, which also supports only poultry. It also supports fish and the other livestock in that line. So we are actually endangered species, to be precise. And these have also killed the industry in some parts of the nation. So we have religious practices and cultural practices. That is one of the uphill tasks that we need to go through. If you could see a rise in pig numbers from 50,000 to 500,000 from 2020, it is 2070 to 1970 to 2019, it shows that people have started embracing pig industry. And it is in this line that we also want to also capitalize and also realize that there is an opportunity, and if there are pig numbers increasing, then it shows that the community have already started accepting. Though it is still a challenge that we need to take head on as a cooperative, or maybe as a community, so that we can preach the gospel. We have those religions that if you talk about pig, you are seen in another perspective, and also some cultural practices that also hinders the same. So we have high cost of feeds, and also we also have some commercial feeds that are also of low quality. So it will take only combined effort to negotiate this, to navigate this nightmare with unity, we can pool funds together, then source for quality and affordable raw materials and feeds at wholesale prices that will help members reduce the cost of production. There is also lack of adequate knowledge on general pig management. And this is where we need capacity building, and that is why we've also tried to link up with our livestock and veterinary in terms of capacity building. We also have inadequate supply of quality breeding stock. So we shall continue to source for better breeds for members to improve our productivity and incomes. So in this, we also need to think along introducing AI closer to our regions that our members are. So another challenge is that African swine fever has not actually been controlled during outbreaks, and this one actually makes it difficult. African swine fever is a viral disease that actually sweeps the whole farm. It doesn't leave you even a piglet to maybe remember the rest. So we need to join hands, and that is why we also bring in the departments relevant in livestock to also work with us in this. So we also have an organized market. These are some of the challenges that we are facing, and we now need to take full responsibility as those who are actually in the boat to control this storm. So we also have inadequate slaughterhouses, and actually in real sense, we don't have a government-built slaughterhouse the entire country. That one actually proves to you how badly off we are in terms of the pig line. So we are actually calling upon members to take individual responsibility, whereby let us, those who have the ability or maybe to build a slaughterhouse, let us build it and let us use it through the cooperative to serve members. And in good partnership with the county livestock and veterinary, we will get meat inspections and maybe advices that will help us in making sure that there is consumer safety, because as it is, we are actually in a situation that the consumption of pork in the market, we cannot guarantee unless we decide as a community to have a change on that. So we also have minimal access to livestock extension officers. And I think that one, the Ministry of Livestock and the Veterinary will agree with me that they are also short of officers that are employed within their reach to help the entire community. So in that, we also need to understand and also stand with the livestock and veterinary department so that we are able to work with them together. At the same time, we also have lack of knowledge of legal requirements in pig industry. And I don't think we've had a cooperative or maybe a group that have identified that we need to work with these offices together. And that one actually is why Weriny decided to bring and also to actually introduce themselves officially to these offices so that we can work together. Sometimes we only bump into each other when there is already an offense committed. We need to know that there are legal regulations from the Ministry of Livestock side and veterinary governing rearing of pigs, the quality of houses, and even we also have permits that are supposed to be given in rearing these animals according to the standards that are required. So that one will sound green to most of us, or maybe we might not want to hear that, but there are policies and we are all under the law. At the same time, we also have public health, which also works on the line of sanitation, the sanitary and the cleanliness, the quality of what we are producing should be a consumer safety product that we are giving to the public. So there are also legal requirements that we are supposed to meet, and we should not only wait to maybe receive summons from public health and maybe such like offices when we have already crossed, and ignorance is no defense in a court of law. So we also realize that as farmers, there are high cost of veterinary services or maybe the general management treating our animals. So those are challenges that we need to come up as a team and join hands in order to navigate. So we have some of few achievements that we've made as a cooperative since we started. So one of our achievements we've made is establishing a platform and a mobile app, of which I think will also be partially be established today, launched today, though it is still under it is still being developed. It takes 6 months. It has taken roughly from mwezi wa saba to now, it's roughly 3 months. Perfection is still going on, but already the skeleton and what it's supposed to be is up, and members will be shared that one shortly. So the platform actually came as one of the saviors to our cooperative. You know that for a group to stand and for a cooperative to run perfectly, money issues has to be handled in another level. And we realized that most of even those who are going into the office are actually people who are employed and also have got their own commitments. Tracking hard copies and also keeping up with the pace of all the activities might not really happen, and it gave us a challenge which made us think hard. And this one made us to think in the line of actually coming up with an app that is going to help us track records. So on the same, we are also going to have membership cards, which are ATM cards. They are debit cards, whereby we are also not going to pay people cash. Maybe when we have somebody have brought his pigs for slaughter and it has been slaughtered, you will not receive cash, but you will use your ATM card that will be loaded, and you will use that service. So we are trying to reduce handling hard cash to having full accountability of every coin that comes in the line of business with the cooperative. So at the same time, the app actually diversified because it actually costed amount that could not just be banked within one value chain, and it is going to cover the entire agribusiness online sales. So we are also going to access our items and even animals to some extent, and even food or all that in line with agriculture, even vegetables online. We will be just like the other electronic and other items that are being sold online. So we are establishing that. And not only that, we also want to partner with the transport department. Those are the matatu circles that will also be helping us in ferrying these items. You've seen something good in Mombasa, and we have matatu vehicles, the circles that come from Mombasa maybe to Busia. That one will be able to help in ferrying your good that you've bought from Mombasa to Busia. Same to maybe you've seen something in Kisii and you need it in Kakamega or Kisumu. So we are establishing this link, this platform that is going to actually help us in networking and making it now a better and efficient business for us to actually achieve what we need. So another success is our ability, the fact that we managed to apply and receive a grant. That to us is an achievement. We have also established a website. So another achievement is that we've identified a suitable plot at the to be leased for office and feed at Kisumu Airport. So we have also managed to successfully identify 1 acre that belonged to one of our members in Siaya within town that we shall be able to also establish a slaughterhouse that will be able to help our members not to ferry animals from far to Kisumu. And we are actually praying that we get more and more of this in various counties. So we actually also have established private-public partnership with our agriculture, livestock, and veterinary, plus even public health, so that we are able to talk one language and also pass information that are relevant to farmers. So we have also managed to regulate pork wholesale prices and link farmers to pork sellers. So this one is in the line of marketing of which we have our base, and we've actually tried to regulate as a cooperative. We've spoken and we've brought voices together of pig farmers to help them actually determine the best price for their animals. Registration of this organization is also one of our achievements. We have organizations that would always troll for years and years or even fail to register, so to us it's an achievement. We also managed to start a feed project that assisted members access feed affordably through pooling funds together and actually helping them reduce on cost of production by giving them at factory or maybe wholesale prices. So we've also managed to progressively recruit more members to join the cooperative. And we've also partners with a number of both government and NGOs, including other cooperative and companies. That one belongs to the list of our achievements too. And also, we've also managed to organize for members training. So with that, I would wish to place some proposals to members. And number one proposal is that let us come up with these assets. Should you have a feed store, a slaughterhouse that you've established, or maybe you've combined and established together, or a butchery or an eatery, or even an agrovet, and you are one of our members, we want to play the game differently. It is in this time that as pig farmers, if we don't actually change our game plan, it will remain the same cry forever. Let us use these assets that will be established or already established by members as our reference points for accessing the services that we need. If we wait to build a cooperative, then it will mean that the cooperative will have to drain members first to have millions to start establishing these assets, and maybe the services that we need will be delayed or may never be realized forever. So it is high time that we change our game plan and decide to unite with purpose and use the possible resources we have to assist ourselves. Let us not wait for assistance from nowhere. So let us now take this responsibility to solve our problems, and also stop the excuse of how hard situation is getting, yet we have ability to solve it. So another proposal or maybe suggestion is that we are also going to propose that we have our youth and women bank account opened. Our donor funded us in line of youth and women funds. And in that line, they actually propose, because they want to keep track of their funding, and if mixed with the other general account, they might miss it or maybe not able to know how we are progressing with their support to us. So another suggestion is that let us establish a savings and credit account under marketing subcommittee to help us start saving and giving credit to our members. So this one, in the help of the and guidance from our sub-county commissioner, cooperative commissioner, he will guide us in that line, and it is the same way as also registering the cooperative as we did, but it will be bearing the same name, but now a SACCO, because we were registered as a marketing cooperative, and we are also limited to some extent in terms of savings and giving loans. But there are provisions that we can also create that SACCO within the marketing cooperative and a marketing subcommittee. So that one is also a proposal that we also need to think along. So we need to establish at least a last expense service to our members to help us reach out to members who are bereaved. So in this case, instead of going to subscribe to these insurances, we also realize that we can do it on our own. Last expense, I mean, if I am bereaved, the cooperative will actually come in and support me financially in a way. So as a small cooperative, let us also purpose to have this service within our cooperative, whereby we can have among us set the way we are going to start giving this service, maybe even starting with low values, maybe giving like 30 or 50,000 to a bereaved person. And this one means that everybody is going to subscribe every year a given amount that we have agreed as members. So that one is a proposal that I would wish to throw to members so that we discuss together and agree if we really need to support each other during the time of bereavement, ama kila mtu abebe mzigo yake. But we are able to do this if we decide to. Another proposal would be to establish a procedure manual, strategic plan, policy guidelines, and such documents that will help and guide our operations. Finally, I would want to have some overview about the cooperative before we pass it to another level. So it might not really be possible to go without going through this slide. And I think we all know where we are. We are in Weriny Stakeholders Cooperative, and those are our contacts and email address, for those who didn't know. So kindly go to the next slide. So Weriny is an abbreviation of Western Rift Valley and Nyanza Pigs Stakeholders Cooperative Society. This is also the coverage region with its head office in Kisumu. It was formed and registered in 2020 as a non-profit making organization to mainly do marketing for its members. Our current membership stands at 121. So we had a targeted group that we actually wanted to form part in our cooperative. So we target pig farmers, the pig feed producers, pork retailers, the businessmen, and value addition or pork processing plants, agrovets, government, agricultural, and livestock bodies to create a private-public partnership. We also invite trustees to also form part of us. We invite investors, donors, well-wishers, and any other interested party in pig industry value chain and its related activities. Kindly the next slide. So we had reasons as to why we came together. Number one is to create more job opportunities, financial security, to help eliminate malpractices, e.g. brokers, middlemen, and existence of fake livestock veterinary officers, and help eliminate slaughter malpractices, making it hard to guarantee consumer safety by involving government and qualified veterinary doctors in pork inspection. To offer education, mentorship, and training to its members as a way of capacity building. We also wanted to do value addition, packaging, and digital marketing on pigs and its products. We also wanted to introduce standard breeds with economic impact, and also to offer loans and savings for our members. So we also wanted to help members reduce cost of production and maximum profits margins. For example, farmers pool funds together and buy feeds at wholesale prices in bulk as a measure of reducing the cost of buying feeds at retail in small quantities. So we also wanted to provide a nutritional option to the community and also bring food security in our society. So on the same note, we would not forget that we have membership procedure, and our M-Pesa link is here. We have a pay bill, which is 400-222. Account number for you to subscribe, you will have 1755504#. Then you put one name, or even two if it can fit within that space. Then our membership registration is 1,500, and which is the registration fee. And we have a minimum share, the share capital, which is 5,000. So kindly just scroll. So that one was now the former chair when we had a training at Kakamega. Just scroll them. That one, we visited the office of our livestock and directors. The officials are there. We at least, those are some of the proofs that we are actually walking to these offices. Same. And there we were actually arranging for this AGM. At the same time, these are training. There's a training session in Kakamega. So we also the same. So this one was now opening the Kakamega branch. Imeenda mingi sana, but others are not being visible. This is now opening the Kisumu branch. At least we started in a small way. These are things that we'll remember someday. Another one, that one is now about what we are doing. And finally, in life, what you really want will never come easy. Finally, I would wish to call upon all individuals, groups, organizations, pig farmers, feed producers, pork sellers, manufacturers, and any stakeholders in pig industry to join hands as either members, partners, or affiliates to bring a change in pig industry by joining hands in mobilizing resources, bringing community, government, and donors into play to recognize our presence, and we need to continue networking together to help us realize the conducive atmosphere we all want to succeed. In this case, we are calling for a massive movement that will give us hope for a better industry to invest in. So unity and forming a movement may be one of the ways that can help us overcome this problem. I now want to know from you, what is your best approach or idea to solve our problems, to collectively keep a powerful movement in this business? So I thank you for listening to such a long and boring speech and report from me. And I would now wish to go straight and maybe start introducing some of our partners in the building. Whoever, any of the partners who have arrived when we are already in session. Yes. Thank you for the direction. That's why we have the cooperative officials here. I'm the one to appoint. Yeah, just a proposal second and it is limited. Okay. And it has to come from the members. Okay. So you are getting directions, huh? Yeah, so as members, who is proposing? People does not know. It doesn't require any skill. It doesn't. You just carry up your hand. Huh? Yeah, yes. Yes, George Ouma. And who is the seconder? Shadrach. Huh? Barak. Pole for that. So I think they are getting minuted. Thank you for that direction. I hope I can now jump to the other side. Yeah, we would not want to take much of our guests' time, and they might not be with us through our agendas because they also are people who are in offices. So we actually had promised them that we'll give them the first part, then we'll continue with our business. So thank you for that. I would be any other partner who have arrived. I have seen one. So another one, yes. Now, I would want to give Cusco an opportunity to maybe share with us briefly. Cusco is a union of cooperatives that we have also reached out, and let us hear from them how we can be able to actually gain from them.
Thank you very much. Good morning, members. I'm Moses Nyadiango. I work for Cusco Limited. Cusco is the umbrella body for SACCOs. Before I proceed, I want to bring you greetings from my boss, Mr. Robert Owino, who I believe is a member of this cooperative. He could just make it here. So Cusco is the umbrella body for SACCOs. It's 100% owned by SACCOs. I want to tell you that personally I'm very happy to see people coming together like this one for one purpose. So I know there are challenges, but then there are also solutions. So let's not get tired. Sinevo, let's work together so that we achieve the objectives as to why we came together. So I just want to request you that this is a business, it is our senior members. So it is called, we are in a business of money. So one of the requirements, or one of the things that we need, or we have to do as members, is to recruit more members. So that is our responsibilities as outlined in the bylaws. So as a member, make sure that ukiona mtu mahali, or if you see somebody who is not a member here, please ensure that you convince him or her to be a member, so that we get the numbers required to achieve the objectives that the chairman has proposed. So secondly, as Cusco is not young. Cusco started in 1973. It stands for Kenya Union of Savings and Credit Cooperatives. I know you are not a savings and credit cooperative, but it has been proposed that you have a wing of savings and credit. So Cusco had opened its bylaws that now any cooperative can be a member. So I want to welcome you to Cusco. This is a business that you cannot work alone. You have to partner with others. Just the same way the chair was proposing. It is not a business you can work alone. So Cusco has various products that will benefit you. So Cusco was formed in 1973 with, it was mandated to do 3 roles. One is advocacy. Cusco fights for rights of cooperatives. There are challenges that you cannot face as an individual cooperative. So Cusco has that mandate. It advocates for the rights of cooperatives. That is SACCOs included. So the second role of Cusco is representation. Cusco represents the interest of cooperatives, including SACCOs nationally and internationally. Then the third role is education and training. I have noted that you are new in this business. So what is required, or what you need most is training. In any business, you have to be trained. So Cusco does that, education and training. So all those 3 roles that Cusco play, Cusco could not do some of them without products. So as we do this business, we have to come up with strategies of mitigating some of the challenges that we are experiencing. Sendio? So what I want to require, I know you are still very young. The SACCO this is just the first the cooperative, this is just the first AGM. So as we do this, as we propose, may we come up with what is called strategic plan to guide us. Sendio? This is what we want to do in the first year. This is what we want to do in the second year. This is how we are going to do it. This is how we are going to get funds for doing it. Sinivo. So Cusco is handy in that area. That's one of the things that we do. Cusco, in any business you need money. Cusco has money which we lend to to cooperatives for onward lending to members. Even as an individual, you may need to expand that your business. And I'm very happy when the chairman proposed that you need to have a wing that deals with savings and credit, such that when you need money, you don't go to the Shylocks. When you need money, you get it at Weriny. So Cusco has money, which we do what? Which we lend to SACCOs for onward lending to members. That is under our Central Finance Fund. So that money is there. Cusco has a research and consultancy department. When I was talking about the strategic plans, all those things we do. So as a cooperative, you need to have those. You need to have relevant policies to guide you on moving forward. Because this is an institution. So you have to have the relevant policies. If I want to do this, how do I do it? Tumesikizana hapo? So Cusco has all that. When the time for loaning will come, we'll be starting talking about insurance. And when a member is given a loan, and unfortunately, God calls him or her, na mkukuwa na insurance, wherein akona matanga ngapi? Mbili. Moja ni ya pesa, moja ni ya member. But when when the loans are insured, the insurance company will pay back the loan balance. So these are some of the things we are planning to do to educate you on as we partner. So that one we have. Last expense we have, where for nuclear family, you pay as little as 900 Kenya shillings once in a year for a funeral, for a cover of 50,000. Because sometimes it is good to do it alone, but at times it becomes very expensive. So when you start that department, I want to welcome you to Cusco so that we can talk more. So that we manage for you that. You reinsure with Cusco. Sasa, I know there are county government here. Through the chair speech, I was reminded of something, that I'm also a member of a dairy cooperative society. And I received a dairy cow. So I want to wish that if there are such kind of programs, please let's assist our cooperatives like this one. Let's assist members. For you to benefit from all what I've said regarding Cusco, it is a requirement that you have to be a member of Cusco. Cusco is nationwide. We are branch. This just Kisumu office is a regional office, but headquarters is in Nairobi, and branches almost in every town: Bungoma, Kakamega, Kisii. Another regional office in Nakuru. So it can serve you from wherever you are. So one of the things that you need to pass in today's AGM is joining Cusco, so that we can partner more. You are new in this thing. We take you through it so that we succeed together. So one of the things that you need to do is to resolve as a circle, as a cooperative, to join Cusco. Not individual members. So we're in circle joining Cusco. So how do you join? How do you become a member of Cusco as Weriny Cooperative? Weriny Cooperative pays a membership fee of 1,000 Kenya shillings. Then it buys shares of 10,000, meaning you pay 11,000. By doing that, you become a fully fledged member of Cusco. Now you can, if you want money, you start saving in Cusco as a cooperative. Then we give you the loan, members repay, then Weriny repays back to Cusco. Sasa. So by being a member and buying shares, because you cannot say you're a member of an organization if you don't have shares. I believe even you members, you buy shares in Weriny Sinivo. Yes. So 11,000, that's membership fee of 1,000 Kenya shillings, and 10,000 shares. 10,000 shillings for 100 shares, you become a fully fledged member of Cusco, so that we can partner, we can interact more. Otherwise, I don't wish to take much of your time. I'm very grateful for the invitation. Asanteni.
Thank you so much, Bwana Moses, for honoring our invitation. And I think it had to come clearly from the horse mouth, because it involved funds, and we need unity, and that is what we are also talking about. We need to join hands with as many organizations as possible, or even individuals, as even witnessed in my speech that I gave earlier. We need Cusco as a union. We cannot walk alone. So it is us members that will authorize the executive to actually register with Cusco. So you needed to learn and understand what Cusco deals with and the importance that we will gain as a cooperative when we join hands with the other circles, and we cannot walk alone. So that is one of the proposals that I think also we need to consider as members of the cooperative. So another partner that also in line with the cooperative now, and where my roots are, I would wish to kindly invite Mr. Avala. I don't want to talk much, but actually, he's the one who have actually grown me even in this pig business. And Weriny is, I think, is a branch of of Busia pig farmers. Though we registered ahead of them, but I was a member when it was still a CBO. And we want to actually show the partnership and the friendship. We don't really need to join hands with each other so that we can be able to propel the whole thing ahead. So thank you, Bwana Avala.
So, good morning, members. Or it is about afternoon now, I think. It's still morning. Thank you. Yes, I had a long, journey coming all the way from Busia. That length of time pushes me a little bit further up in the afternoon. Anyway, thank you so much. I think I'm honestly humbled to be invited to this very special meeting about pig farming. And the only thing I can say about pig farming, here, members, is that it is a very challenging activity. It is a very challenging undertaking. A lot has been said. When I listened to the chairman's speech, and for sure he has covered virtually everything, that I, without talking from theory, I think I could only talk from practical aspect. Whether it is in the books or not in the books, it doesn't matter. But this is actually from the practical aspect. All right, from the practical aspect. One is that pig farming is an activity that can take people far. And why do we say that? I think we say pig farming can take people far because it's an activity which many people are engaged in. We might not realize that. But from wherever we come from, especially if we are a little bit in the suburban or rural areas, all right? Suburban or rural areas, you will find that almost every other home has a pig. Ama namna gani? Almost every other home, especially in rural areas, almost every other home has a pig, running around. That is tethered either behind a hedge or kept somewhere. And then you also realize that people who have kept one or two pigs, after a while they might not have them, but over the years they'll again have, so they will keep having them. It's like you keep our chickens, our poultry, isn't it? Almost every home has a cook running around. So what are we then saying? We're saying that this is an activity that is being practiced by very many people. And in any economics, or any business enterprise, or anything that can raise people from wherever they are, is something that is practiced by the majority of people. Isn't it? That is practiced by the majority of people. So if this is happening, and now we see that there are very many challenges, then perhaps what we needed to look at is how we can overcome this. There are, those sectors that are possibly benefiting from this because we are doing it year in, year out, now and again, we are doing that. So that means there is a benefit somewhere. The second thing I would say about that, that's why I'm saying that I'm greatly honored to be in this meeting, that we can share this information, is that we, as the officer from the Cusco has mentioned, and as also heard it from the chairman, is that we lack education. We lack knowledge of keeping pigs. Sometimes we think it is that simple, but we lack that information. We lack it. And maybe a few of us or of those who have that information don't share it well enough. They don't share it in detail. For example, we have read a lot, and we hear that a pig can mature in 6 months, in 24 weeks. We have read that, isn't it? You know, time and again, time and again. In 24 weeks, a pig will reach about 100 kilos. All right? Now, practically, who of us here has kept his pigs that at 6 months they were 100 kilos? You know, but as we go into this, sometimes we feel a little bit shy to talk about our failures. So one who is in business and then slowly pulls out, you know, doesn't talk about his, you know, shortcomings. But honestly speaking, who has had that? Perhaps 100 kilos, for those of you who have kept pigs for a bit long, you know, will reach when you are hitting maybe 10, 12 months even. Ama namna gani? You see? It can even go that far. And when it goes that far, then for sure, you know, you are spending much more than you'll get out of your pig. In 24 months, you should be able to raise your pig with just about 11,000 shillings. I'm sorry, 24 weeks, excuse me, all right? 6 months, 5, 6 months. You know, just about, you know, 10, 12,000 shillings. If you hit 100 kilos live weight and spend 12,000 shillings, you know, dressed weight could be about 70 kilos, maybe, all right? So how much do you gain from 70 kilos? I don't know what the price of you know, is here, but maybe 250 shillings, 260 shillings per kilo. I'm not so sure. You can talk about farmer's choice because they are the gurus in this. So if you do that calculation, then are you making any money or not? You see, maybe a quick calculation. 18,000. So, if you can spend 12,000 shillings in 24 weeks and get an extra 4,000, is that business profitable or not profitable? Then you move to economy of scale. Say you want to, you know, you keep 50 pigs. So you have 50 pigs maturing in 24 weeks. And for those 50 pigs, you make 4,000 on every pig. That's about what? 4 by 50? 200,000. Yeah? So 200,000 in 6 months, is that little money? And if you can do 200,000 shillings within that time because of 50 pigs, you can easily do 100 pigs. Ama namna gani? So it is actually possible. What we lack is knowledge and education, and maybe sharing openly what we go through, the challenges we go through. The major challenges, and this I'm talking from experience, it might be in the books, might not be in the books, but books, we have officers here from the livestock and so on. You know, those will help us out. But now this I'm talking from a layman's point of view. The major thing is feeds. And every pig farmer talks about feeds. But if we know it is feeds, then yeah, why should we continue with it? And then we should stop, isn't it? Or, how can we mitigate that? How can we improve, on this challenge, these, feeds? But now, feeds, so where we then go wrong, if we look back into the nutrition and the development of pigs, pigs are, I think, gastric, aren't they? They only have, as it were, one stomach, all right? So, if we give them the right feeds at the right time, then they will gain. Because they gain their weight every day, as it were. If we give them the right feeds at the right time, then we'll succeed. If we compromise on feeds because we can't afford it at that time, then they stagnate. And if there is a stagnation in pig growth, then for sure you've lost out. Forget about it. As you say, at 6 months, you have a pig that is 30 kilos, better slaughter it. In my view, better slaughter it. Because you will spend more money to raise it to 70, kilos, and you will never reach 100. As I say again, that is from the practical aspect. So the challenge now here is that we need to have and give pigs the right feeds at the right time being the age. All right? That is one of the major challenges. If you have pigs and you have crib feed, you have the starter, you have the grower, you have the whatever, this other maintenance, sow and winner is simply maintenance, by the way, isn't it? Simply maintenance. Then you have the finisher, to reduce the fat and put it on muscles. That is what you should do. And if you do that, you won't regret. But sometimes it comes to us, we do this, we don't have enough funds at that time, and therefore we start giving, feeds kidogo, or we give the wrong feed. Instead of giving it a starter, we simply give it sow and winner. It will survive, but it will not move. So that is the thing. The other aspect, I think, that as pig farmers, if we look at, is the breed, getting the right breed. I'm glad that was also mentioned. Getting the right breed is extremely important. All right, getting the right breed. We hear of dairy. I think dairy farming has now become, quite common, isn't it, everywhere now? And we hear of a dairy cow that gives 50 liters of milk every day. We have heard of that, 50 liters. Others, I think, even more. But you take that dairy cow, put it in your home, will you get the 50 liters? How many farmers here that we know who have dairy cows that give them 50 liters or even 20 liters every day? If there are, very few. And perhaps if there are, they might not even be sharing, the information, how they manage, their animals, their cows, to give them 20 liters. You see, so those are the things that we miss out, all right? Really sharing of the information, you see. So that is, again, the other thing that tends to put people down. Marketing is not an issue. I think that can be taken care of. If we can come up with those things, breeds and feeds, then I think we're on the go. And pig farming has a future. I think today WHO hasn't categorically declared pork to be red meat or not red meat. I'm not sure. The medics, if they're here, they can tell us. All right? But we hear of red meat, and how injurious it is to, our health, isn't it? And nowadays, you can see slowly we are moving off red meat. Pole pole. We're moving off red meat. If you are in a celebration, I'm sure even here, and we bring in red meat, we bring in cow's meat, beef, and also some nice chops here. Chances are very high that some of us, including me, I will go for the chops, from pork rather than this other meat. We see it start happening nowadays, isn't it? So there's also that bit of change which we can embrace and capitalize on it. You see. So there is a lot, and I think in a forum like this one that we have had today, which I'm privileged to be in, this is a place that honestly we can get information that when we go back we can share with the other members, wherever they are, and raise this pig industry. For whatever reason, indeed, the pig is usually put on the side, but it can bring us income. It can indeed create employment, all right? And if we talk about food sufficiency, for sure, this is one area that can. A little bit now back onto Busia, we have a pig cooperative, a farmers cooperative, is a society in Busia, which we call him Storm from his farm, Steve. He's been a member of it. He started off as a CBO, and then we eventually registered. We haven't been as active as you are, but we have got very many members. Okay, we have many members, who are keeping pigs, and I've been keeping pigs in Busia. I've been keeping pigs for quite a long time. I'm sure even up here in Nyanza, and their main outlet has been farmer's choice, just as it is here. All right, it is a farmer's choice, and you can see one secret here why people, those who have kept it for long and have maintained that, again, goes back to feeds. Goes back to feeds in this manner, the way I see it. When you have sufficient pigs to be collected, the quality of the farmer's choice, when they come, you negotiate with them, they will bring you feeds. Now, at no cost on transport. I'm sure it happens, you all know that. So, as they bring you feed, there are a lot of feeds, and you continue feeding these, your feeds. You see, they will mature in a good time, and then you'll be able to call them again and say, hey, this lot has matured, okay? So they come to collect, and they come with the feeds. So you don't have stress on that one. You see? Yeah. And that's how, this can be sustained. So do you see that bit of interplay? If you want a good pig, you go to them, they will give you either a served gilt or whatever it is you get from them, okay? You bring it here, you keep it on your farm. Within a short while, it gives you piglets, you give them those feeds, and it moves up very quickly. But we see that as very expensive. To get a served gilt maybe at 60,000 shillings, isn't it? We see it as very expensive. But by the end of the day, actually there is a gain in that. What we many a time do here is, because they mature very quickly, we'll go to another farmer, a neighbor, or whatever it is, maybe a third, fourth, 5 kilometers away village, and get, a gilt from there, get a piglet, grow it, raise a piglet. We've never raised them before, raise it, so it does not mature properly. It will give you very low number of liters, piglets, give you 10, give you maybe 7, instead of giving you 15, 20. Some of these have already been interbred. There's a lot of interbreeding. Inbreeding, that the relatives will side with each other, isn't it? And you see that also affects, our pig farming as a business. So with this kind of, meetings when you have, then we really go into these details. And these are the details that I think we need to discuss and share. Books are there. We have read them. We are not getting any new information, but it is a practical aspect that is actually, failing us. So members, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be here. I have learned a lot, from this meeting. And I would like to assure you that when I go back, I'll share, what I have had here. And when we organize, our meeting as well, I think I would wish to invite you, through your chairman, all right? And he's a very able, a chairman. I have been to his, farm, both here and, down the other side in Siaya. And I've seen what he does and how he does it very passionately. And I think he's a really pig man. So thank you so much for listening to me for that very long and winding talk. Asanteni sana, shukuru.
Asante sana Bwana Habala, you nicknamed me Pigman. Yes, thank you so much. And that one is the spirit we need, and we will continue working without boundaries with other cooperatives that are in the line of pig industry value chain. And this one is actually, we are actually trying to portray that we are not going to see another member of another cooperative as our enemy, rivalry, or in any way an obstacle to us. So we have agreed, and also Busia Pig stakeholders, these Busia Pig farmers, was to attend, but had certain emerging issues that made them not to make it to the meeting. What we want to portray is that we no longer want the rivalry or who has what or maybe who can do it better. We want to have unity along with each other so that we can be able to actually make it to another level in unity. So there is no boundaries. If the other cooperative based in Busia want to do business in Kisumu, we can actually call through our cooperative, and we help services get to the members just the same way we would do to our members. So, and that is the spirit of unity that we want to preach, so that we cover the entire nation and actually create the movement we are talking about. So our Director Livestock Department, Kisumu, want to go to another meeting, and I think we'll excuse him so that we can give him this airtime. Karibu, Bwana Charles.
Good morning. Yeah, I want to start by saying my name is Kakuku Charles. I work for Kisumu County as the Director of Livestock Production. Our office is in Huduma Center, the 5th floor. And I also want to appreciate and say thanks to the chairman of this organization. He has really been consistently trying to make sure that we understand and get to know what actually Weriny is all about. Apart from all the attempts that is actually undertaking to ensure that pig industry becomes more visible and becomes one of the income generating for livelihood and economic development of the members. And before I go far, I want to also bring the apology from my chief officer, Madam Rosemary. She's very aware of this activity occurring in Kisumu, together with my CEC, Mr. Gilchrist Okwom. Both of them would have wished to be with us here today, but due to other issues that could not be avoided, they said they would be with us in whatever discussion and undertaking we make. I want to start by appreciating the speech from the chair, which was very quite exhaustive and very intellectual, indicating the capability and focus on what he has taken to lead. Let me start by saying that pig is one of the best source of meat, high quality source of meat. But as he had rightly put it, that there is social and other factors which has actually suppressed its development for some time. And I'm very happy that things may be opening up when I saw the change in the population of pigs as at now. Of all the animals we have, fish is the fastest feed converter. Then it is followed with chicken, and pig takes the third position. And of all the animals that we have on the farm, pig has the highest prolificacy, because a litter of pig at one farrowing can go up to 12. But scientifically, we normally advise that when you get 12, you reduce the number maybe to 8, so that each piglet is able to access the teat at a given time. Again, the pig has 3 type of meat that you'd get from it. It has bacon, it has pork, or you can go heavy hog. In the most specialized countries where pig industry as a business has taken real root, people go for the first line, because at that time the pig still has lean meat. It has not started laying fat. And that could be at around 45 to 50 kgs. And I wanted to work with that, maybe to just do a few calculations. And if we are at 596,414, assuming the breeding rationing, working at 50 sows, farrowing twice a year, and giving us 8 piglets at every farrowing. When I did my calculation, I realized with the population we have, we shall be able to be producing 214,789.40 kilograms of meat. If I put that at a price of maybe just 200, that would be giving us 42 billion 941,808 Kenya shillings. That is only to indicate the potential of the pig industry. And in agriculture sometime and livestock production, these are some of the farm animals that had been referred to as orphan livestock, like we have orphan crops. But that has been a misplaced, it has been a misplaced reality. And I think because this is now changing, it's good that the counties and sub-counties now start thinking about how to help these industries develop. Unfortunately, or fortunately enough, we entered a new system of governance, and we have now the national government and the county government. Perhaps there would be need an induction in some counties to bring or to stamp further the fact that for any community and social development to be attained, agriculture takes the first position. I'm saying this because if you may push that county consider the pig as one of the key business opportunity, then you must be able to convince the county assembly. You must be able to convince the county assembly when you do the budget so that they can approve it. I believe in all the counties, when directorates do their budgeting, they don't leave out any of these farm animals. But when the budget comes out of the county assembly, sometimes it is really disheartening to see that most of the things that technically you thought would be undertaken seriously, some of that has landed on the cart. And you are given the budget to work with, which is actually clearly defined, and you cannot make any change. But that does not mean it cannot be done. Just the way the chairman has put it, if it can be made to be clear with some of the decision makers, then things will change. I'm happy the way the chairman is articulating the issues of pig industry and the network which is creating, I'm sure will eventually realize a good result. Now, I read in his speech a bit of fear emanating from the members' clear vision and focus. And he elaboratively outlined some of the characters which must be part and parcel of any organization where people work collectively for a common goal. In life, there are things you cannot change. And you would just wish that the Lord give you wisdom to identify them so that you don't struggle with those ones. But there are those ones which, like he was talking about them, which are at your disposal and you can change them. So as an organization, perhaps what you'd wish and ask is the courage that you face them head on, rather than using them as excuses. And once you do that, then the knowledge becomes handy to solve those problems. By the way, if you expect any time that you'll be one day out of having problems, you would be in a box. There's never time that a living person will not have problems. So that simply tells us that we have to be up the task and always look around for how to turn problems into opportunities and to build on what is our main concern. I want to talk a bit on cooperatives, and I'm happy the cooperatives are here. Cooperative, from what I heard, it was the movement of Cusco started in so many years back. And I want to say this because one time I was working in a project which was funded by the Cooperative of Women in Netherlands. And they were able to sponsor LDP. It was livestock production, livestock development program. And one time I interacted with one of the lady whom was brought here on attachment. And when she talked to me and we discussed, I wondered what the problem is for the cooperatives in our country, and especially in the Western region. We have so many cooperatives. You have sugar cooperative, you have so. I don't know where the problem is. But if these cooperatives could really work, or members work with these cooperatives well, I don't think we would still be talking about being in the third world or anything like that. We would have moved a great deal. Because like as it has been put here several, you cannot walk this alone. You must work together, and you must be able to support each other. So the cooperatives may need to find out how best members of various cooperatives can be able to remain members and even attract more people. I'm happy that as the chairman was talking, they are now expanding the other social support cooperative can give and attract more members. Like funeral support, there is also educational support. There are others like fine and things like that. If any person who is a member of a cooperative can be cushioned against some of these things, definitely it will attract more people. But the thing is, what do we do to win their trust? What do we do to win their trust? Would they be very sure that a coin that goes there end up helping them? We have so many cooperatives, and the thing you see, the members are not coming, are moving out. And when you look deeply, you realize it's the problem of management of cooperatives. So if we can be able to do that and remove some of these problems which are causing us, our members, then at the end of it all, we will realize what we really desire that we should have. So like he was saying, for you to realize out of pig the benefit you aspire, there are two factors. You can bring in the best quality pig from farm choice and things like that. But that one you have only addressed one factor, which is the genetical makeup, the genetical potential of that animal. And that genetical potential depends 70% on environmental factors. So you can even bring it there and it gets stunted growth, and it will be worse because it had been selected for a better management. That's why people go to farms with pedigree cattle. They buy a dairy cow, they bring to their farm, then they get 5 liters from those dairy cattle. Potentially, genetically, it has been selected for very high production. But that is only 30% of what will be the output. 70% will come from how do you feed it? What about the heat stress? What about the health status? So when you put all those environmental factors together and hold other things constant, then even what you think is a poor animal will really surprise you. So I want to just say that where there is that outcry of lack of knowledge, please, as a cooperative, you will have to go an extra mile and find how to bridge up that. Why am I saying that? I worked in the national government, and I was the DLPO in one of the districts. And I had a staff ranging between 20 and 40. Technical staff and administration staff, but mainly technical staff. And I had also 4 vehicles to use for work. Now, this time, everything was brought closer, but it remained somewhere. It did not get down to where even the national government used to take it, particularly in agriculture. You come to now Kisumu County, where I work, you will find that the director of livestock does not have means to go to the farm to check on the people. Now, if the director level, there is no farm, means of transport, what do you expect of the sub-counties? What is there now is that not only in Kisumu, but in many counties, you would go to a sub-county where it used to be 20 to 30 technical staff, and you get only one person. And that one person is at the verge of retiring because they are the lot which were brought from the national government. And in some counties, they have never employed anybody again in agriculture. So that tells you, at the end of it, we shall be having the director, the CEC, and the CEO as the entire staff for agriculture department. And that is the time they will realize these people had an input in bringing the change on the livelihood and economic development. When I was in school, there was a topic we went through that imagined that you can develop a nation by transforming everything into industry. And it was a hard realization when things had actually gone off that all those industries depend on the soil. And they had to reverse. And that is why agriculture in the world economy has been given 15%. But none of any African countries have realized beyond 6%. So this can tell you where we are and the kind of work that we are going to do now. Lastly, I want to wish you, those who are going to come into office, that you take keen note on the address of the chair if you really want this organization to every time be making stride, then you must keenly listen to what the person existing says so that you build on that. Areas he maybe had been bringing up as lamentations, you must really find a method and ways of how to make them work better. Otherwise, I welcome you all to Kisumu County. Anytime you are in Kisumu County, you can come and we have a talk at my office. And Kisumu also, I don't just have that call center number, but I'll give it to the chair. We have a call center which is a free line. You can call, and then our technical people address some of the things that you have. But if you are within the jurisdiction of Kisumu, we can even link you to the few staff we have to help you. We did that because we realized we no longer have the muscles we had when we had the technical staff adequate with us. Thank you so much, and may God bless you. When you shall be going back to places you came from, may His protective hand be with you, and I hope we shall be able to continue interactions in one way or the other. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Charles.
By the way, I just want to say that I may not be with you, like you saw me cutting so many calls. I'm required to be somewhere immediately. So I will just request and beg that you allow me to be.
It's okay. Can one of us, I think one of the officials is a bit engaged. Just kindly wait, I'll see you out. So thank you so much, Dr. Charles. And I think he has been one of our keys to accessing the Ministry of Livestock and Veterinary in Kisumu County. So he has actually guided us and also welcomed us in several occasions when we visit his office. And we actually feel so much comfortable and even call at odd hours because of the relationship we've made and how willing he is also to move with us. And that is the relationship we need to all establish in various counties with our government heads. And we really appreciate. And again, I think in that line, we would request that I know Chief sits at the parliamentary decision-making level. We can also maybe talk of making him one of our, our key people that we are using to help us at least push for this decision-making that will help our industry grow. So in that line, I would now wish to go to the representative director of, not director, but
be related to the pig, like the brucellosis, leptospirosis, and many others. So that is a contribution of Department of Health towards this. So in short, we work so much in partnership to ensure everything is okay in terms of health. Number two is about nuisance. Those of us who've read Public Health Act, we know in the section 118, 119, all the way to 120 is about nuisance. And we know how much these ones the pigs can cause a nuisance, much as we keep them. So to avoid rubbing shoulders with the Public Health Department about nuisance, we're also keen to do a lot of sensitization to our farmers who are keeping pigs to ensure that much as we keep them, we ensure they do not encroach. I have been to a sub-county hospital where somebody kept pigs and they were really encroaching and causing a lot of nuisance. And whoever was in charge there proceeded with the case to court. And to my surprise, the guy was charged with the pigs. Actually, they were all taken to a prison and they were slaughtered to inmates. So what our daddy here talked about economy of scales, where you do so many to maximize on the profit. So I can imagine what happened to that farmer. So also, much as we do this, we ensure that we keep them safely. We do not encroach to other people's compounds or hospitals or anything, so that we are not authors of nuisance. So as Department of Health and particularly Public Health, we're also keen to ensure we do not author nuisance. So as Department of Health, there is so much partnership with such like stakeholders to ensure everything is fine, because this has a direct bearing to health. Whether you want to look at it in terms of nutrition or in terms of when you have something that is supporting you economically, then your health is also okay. So as Department of Health, I'm just here to assure you on behalf of the county public health officers here at county that the much we support, whether through event-based surveillance, we will support, and everything shall be fine. Thank you so much. Ametoka? Okay.
Sorry for taking time to see off the Director Livestock. Thank you so much, Bwana Wellington. And I think it's a very good sign that you've shown. And actually, Siaya County Public Health Department is with us. And we are actually safe. And during our trainings, we'll also get to involve the public health to come and give us some information that is relevant to our department, and we need to actually always keep at fingertips. So I think we are grateful, and we will continue visiting your offices and also interacting with you, and we also need you people to actually receive us well, and that is what we expect. So at this point, I would wish to invite BIDCO to come and at least give us some assurance on their partnership with us.
Good morning. Good morning. People are sleeping. Afternoon. Oh, maybe my watch is running fast or slower. My name is Dr. John Nyambero. I'm standing here on behalf of BIDCO. BIDCO Farm Care is dealing with feeding all these pigs. We are dealing so much in animal health, animal nutrition, most likely. The dairy animals, poultry, and swine. I'm happy today that I've been invited to meet potential customers. No, we are salespeople. We must think about sales first. We must look at who are our final consumers of the products. What I'm here is to just assure us that as a company, we are ready for any cooperation, we are ready for any partnership with anybody who is trying to drive the business, who will help us to drive the business to the next level. So it's upon the organization to define what level of cooperation they need from us. But just to talk about few things. Number one, we are assuring you about the productivity, about our feeds. Number two is about profitability. Number three, there's something called feed conversion rate, ratio. How many bags of feeds? Someone talked about fish are the best converters, followed by chicken, followed by pigs. The rest, wako huko nyuma. That's true. Yeah, it's true. Pigs are very, very good people. They are very, very good people. Very good animals. It all depends how you treat the pig, by the way. In high school, in university, we were told that a pig is the most intelligent among those domestic animals. The mzee, I think I'll borrow so many things from you. I think you have a lot of experience in that. Me, I've been a poultry person for a long, long, long time. Yeah, I'm coming into another industry called the swine industry, dairy industry, and now combined with the experience I have in the poultry industry. Yes, I know they've been having challenges many, many months back in terms of supply, in terms of quality, so many things has happened. But in every company, there must be challenges that they can face one way or two ways. What we are here is to make sure that now everybody who wants to think about pig industry thinks about Bidco feeds. Both sow and winner. We have finisher. And people who want to mix their own feeds, we also give you concentrate. All the products are available. And we are assuring you that now, with the technical support we have in the area, everybody will be able to get the technical support, which is free of charge. So long as it's a Bidco product, we don't charge for the farm visits. I know in the industry, there's so many people in this industry, and so many upstairs, people who make feeds upstairs, you know them, yeah? Wanakuja wanachanganya kidogo nasema this is good. Sometimes cheap is expensive, and that we know very, very well. From the mobile phone, you know what mobile phone is all about. Phone of 5,000 can't compare with a phone of 10,000 or 15,000, because there are features that may get in the 10,000 phone and not in the 5,000 phone. Yeah, the challenge we have in Kenya is about the feed industry in terms of cost. I'm not assuring anything about that. And we saw the act in Parliament, President was trying to make something better for the animal industry on the feed side. But before it is made, the feed prices will continue to go up. Na musidanganywe, it is going to be up if nothing is done about producing the raw materials. So as Bidco, as a company, we are much more interested in the farmer who is down there to make sure that he gets a profit out of our feeds. I have to talk about myself. Let's not talk about Weriny. There are other people who are also selling the other feeds. So since I'm here, I'll talk about Bidco only. And I always say that Bidco is the best feed in the market. And that can be backed by data. We have done trials. And by the way, if you are a serious organizations, we usually give free samples, we call trials, to some few farms around, That will help us to monitor whether whatever we are telling you is right or it's wrong. Now, if I give a free sample to maybe 5 farms in Busia, the 5 farms will be like a reference point. No, each chakula, I used it, and it's very, very good. It's advantageous because we must demonstrate. What is more important is able to own the brand and able to work towards making it successful. Not forgetting about selecting your breed, which best breed you can have. Not forget about the management aspect of the pig industry. Housing and everything. And anything you are giving out. If you are giving chakula kutoka kwa hoteli, you see, you don't expect performance if you are giving, compared to giving a commercial feed, which is done in a very, very better way. So my friends and my colleagues and my partners, we are here to make sure that we achieve that particular target. It all depends on what organizations want us to do. You want to train farmers, we'll be there. You want us to organize for you to come to Nakuru for a visit at the farm, at the factory, and to see how those things are being made from that side. We can organize that. So kindly, I'll have to liaise with you a lot because I think Busia has a lot of people in the pig industry. And let's make contacts so that now we can make this industry better. Even individual farms, not even for organizations. Individual farms, including poultry and everything. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Bidco. And I think Bidco is proving to be one of those who are likely to be very flexible, because with them, they never ask me who else is coming. The rest are like, who are the other competitors? And again, Bidco is like, they are ready to work with us in whichever capacity. They are ready to be flexible, to fit within our request and maybe how we can be able to cooperate. So as you see, even our proposals, we are working towards cooperating with anybody ready and willing to work with us to help us achieve our goal. So it is in that line that I think Bidco is one of the feed producing companies that we will forever actually associate ourselves with. And in that line, they are also ready and willing to do for us capacity building in terms of training farmers and giving us more knowledge through their nutritionists and their experts in helping us to at least achieve our goals. So in that line, I think, I don't know if you can put our donor online. They actually wanted to, I don't know if Bwana Erastus, can you hear us?
Yes, Stephen, I hope you can hear me.
Welcome, please.
Thank you, thank you. So first of all, thank you everyone, and thank you for having me. I'm here representing Kenya Climate Innovation Center that runs the Agribiz program. I know probably most of you have come across it. We are running a 5-year program in partnership with DANIDA and the European Union. And where we are based in Kisi, but we cover mostly the larger part of the REC region economic bloc. That is counties like Homa Bay, Migori. We also have Siaya, which is under the Bungoma hub. I know those from that area we have come across. So thank you first to the Board of Management from Weriny for having us and for the good work that you have been doing. We have been in talks with Stephen, and I can see the great future that you have for the pig industry. And I think for the past several years, we can all agree that the pig industry has been quite a rich one, although we have not had so much going on around it and maybe organization, but you now coming in, we can see a lot of potential in it. And that is why as KCSC and under the Agribiz program, we are happy to be in partnership with Weriny. And under the services that we offer, we have a quite huge array of services. That is business advisory, access to information, access to facilities, and also access to finance, and also probably mentorships and everything. So we have a quite huge array of services since we are an incubation center. And the good thing with working with Weriny, we have seen the potential that it has, and we are ready to walk the journey with you. And we have several things that we have in place that we are supposed to implement in the next few months as per our work plans with the cooperative. And I think first of all is to just appreciate the organization for welcoming us to even hold a training with you that we'll be able to run probably in the course of next month or in the near months to come. So I'm really appreciative, and I really look forward to meeting the whole team. Apologies we couldn't be there in person, but from my team and from my hub manager, Mr. Eric, we are really grateful, and we look forward to meeting you at some other point in time. I think for today much, I wanted to just echo that as a program, we have an ongoing call for application, and you can always reach out to us. To really appreciate the county governments involved. In the course of the month, we met with the county government of Kisumu through your Waziri in agriculture, and we are really proud of the partnerships that we are going to have with you. So for the ongoing call for applications, we welcome applications from the region.
Excuse me, Bwana Makena, we've lost you. Can you put your microphone? Yes, Bwana Makena. Can you put audio? Can you remove the visual? I think we'll catch up. We'll catch up with him, and I think we'll still give him some more airtime. And from his statement, one of the things that I expect him to confirm to us is that we made a request to the donors so that in the spirit of sensitization to the community and government, we were going to do some we can say show, but we are going to have some open days, or maybe 2-3 days that at least farmers come together and at least bring their products together. We see pigs, we actually bring all we have within the pig industry. We have feed producers will be coming to display their items. We have agrovets, we have farmers bringing different types of pigs, and at least we have a good time trying to learn from each other in various aspects of pig industry. And to my maybe not surprise, but beyond my expectation, they accepted that now we are going to have this thing big, and instead of having per county, we are going to have 2 major ones, and the one that they are going to organize come early next year is the one that will cover the entire Nyanza. Then they will have another big show within Western, the larger Western. So those are some of the things that I would wish to maybe get confirmations from him. At the same time, they are also supporting our trainings. And they have also said that we are starting with Kisumu, where the head office is, and come next month, we'll communicate a date for training, whereby they are also supporting partly in terms of chipping in facilitating the program so that we can be able to get the capacity we need to actually come through with our activities we are doing in the organization. Another area that they have accepted, and I would need maybe we bring him in back to confirm, we briefly shared how they are also going to help us in coming up and also conducting the interview to learn more about funding in pig industry value chain, so that we can be able to have a solid and a good document that we can argue with anywhere with the data and proofs that are actually verified from various aspects. So a survey is just a survey, and we will need to be patient, and this one is now going to unlock for us more funds from other donors that are not even funding. Actually, it could be like they are the only ones that they have started funding pig industry. And actually, from all the donors that we've been proposed to, none of them actually considers pig industry for funding. They consider others. And they also get those proposals from county government, and if you could also hear from the director livestock, they take them there, but because there is that lack of awareness, or maybe there's a picture that those who sit in those offices that make final decision in budgeting have with the pig industry, they always keep on dropping. So we want to now strike when it is necessary and start moving ahead. And not just as Weriny, we are actually calling upon the entire nation to move in this direction and talk one-on-one with their county governments to try and make this one possible. So I think up to that level, we are actually done with the partners that had. I don't know if UNGA made it, and think that is that. So with that, I would now want to release our guests, and I hand over to the master of ceremony, the one to guide us through. The county commissioner is actually the one who oversees everything and guides it. So that was just an introduction, and now he will take us through what cooperative means. He will do a bit of education so that we know what cooperative is and how we are supposed to drive our activities. Then after that, we'll go to auditor. Then I think we'll just be moving close to finalization of the whole thing. And again, to another apology, we've had issues with the Google Meet, and members have all run to the YouTube. So they are actually accessing us through YouTube, because I don't know how Emily Achieng has made it to continue coping up, but from what WhatsApp, I'm seeing them shifting to YouTube being more accessible to them. So we are sorry to the entire membership and maybe public that are watching us and were not able to access us through Google Meet. So thank you, and I would wish to welcome our cooperative commissioner to at least guide us through. So you'll permit me to see my guests out. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. I'm Philip Akama, in charge of cooperatives within Kisumu Central, West, Seme. And first of all, I thank God for the day and allowing you to come. Weriny is a young cooperative society, and as you heard from the opening, this is their first annual members' general meeting. And therefore, for me, I won't go much deep on the farming. I'll take you out a bit for a break so that we'll go the process of cooperative, finalize, and then later on we can do the AOB and the deeper farming should there be time. Agreed? Allow me to request, can we rise up? Can we just stand and stretch a bit? It has been long. Just a bit, please. Yes. I've been seated. Yes. Just stretch, feel free. Right? Okay, okay. Let's be seated. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. At this juncture, I want to invite our auditor, cooperative auditor, who will take us through the audited report very fast, and then we'll go to the next agenda. I want to welcome Madam Celestine. She's our county cooperative auditor. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Do we have the copies of the audit? You don't have? Unfortunate. So I'll just begin. I'll just take you through the notes, then the income statement and the balance sheet. Sawa? So the year 2020, we audited, I think, 3 to 4 months towards the end. It was not the whole 12 months. It was few months to the end of the year. So we didn't have any interest on loans. We didn't have any loan in the bank. And we only had operating income. That was from the entrance fee. That was 50,000. Then we had expenses. We had our first AGM, that was 11,800. Management training, 9,115. Audit fee was 7,500. Printing and stationery, 5,765. SIM card was 100 bob. Then we had KRA, 850. There was flash disk of 2,400. Then there was preliminary expenses, that was the expenses during registration, 13,000. Then there was refreshment and hire of chairs during, I think, the first AGM, 1,135. Total expenses was 51,665. And imagine we had only 50,000 for registration. So it was passed. Cash and cash equivalents, we have cash in hand, 5,239. Cooperative Bank of Kenya, we had 37,096. Total, we had 42,335. Loans, we had none. Properties and equipment, we had computer. That was valued at 35,000. Then we had deposits. Members' deposits contributed was 24,000 at that time. We had share capital, 47,500. Then we had reserves, that was negative 1,665. So I'll take you through the statement of comprehensive income for the year ended 31st December 2020. Revenue, we had sale of pigs, that was nil. Interest expense, nil. Operating income, 50,000. Operating expense, 51,665. Net operating surplus stroke loss, we had a loss of 1,665,000 for the year 2020. For those months, we had a loss of 1,665. Our balance sheet. Statement of financial position is at 31st December 2020. Assets, we have cash and cash equivalent of 42,335. Property and equipment, we had 35,000. Our total assets was 77,335. Liabilities, we have members' deposits of 24,000. Payables of 7,500, that was the audit fee. Total is 31,500. Share capital, we had equity. Share capital 47,500, and reserves we had a negative 1,665. Total liabilities and equity equals to assets, that is 77,335. That was how we traded in the year 2020. The few months, maybe some of you are not there, but the few months, that was it. So our opinion as the auditors, in our opinion, the financial statements give a true and fair view of the state of the society's financial affairs as at 31st December 2020, the results of its operations and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with international financial reporting standards and the requirements of the Kenyan Cooperative Societies Act. As required by the Kenyan Cooperative Societies Act, we report to you that the financial statements are in agreement with the books of accounts kept by the society, and that based on our audit, nothing has come to our attention that causes us to believe that the society's business has not been conducted in accordance with the provision of the Cooperative Societies Act and in accordance with the Cooperative Society's objectives, bylaws, and any other resolution made by the society at a general meeting, signed on behalf of Department of Business, Cooperatives, and Marketing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, our auditor. Farmers, you are dull a bit. This is a meeting. I thought farmers are energetic. Is it possible? Can we give just one clap for the auditor? Is it possible? Yeah. Tunaenda in an organized way, okay? Farmers, is it okay? One clap for the auditor. Yeah. All right, let's prepare. 1, 2, 3. Good. It's one. Thank you. Thank you very much. With that, the cooperative way, at least 2 people, I want to have the names of 2 people who are here, who have had the audit report read to them. That is the report I'll be taking back. Tuko pamoja? Yes. Now, can I have 2 names of members, of course? Members who are here, your name? Vincent, yes. The seconder? Seconder, who is here, a member? Yes, ma'am. Emily? Emily Opeo. Good. Now, are there matters arising from the audited report? In case you want any further clarification anywhere, you are free to raise. From what we have heard, I know it is your first meeting, and it was done within the few months which the cooperative operated last year. That was 2020. Maybe more of it and deeper will come the following year. You remember, audited accounts in cooperative are done as at the end of the year. Tuko pamoja? That's why she could not cover up to yesterday. So for this one, again, from January, whatever she has read today will now be the opening balance for this year, 2021, all right? Then that will cover up to December 31st. So in our next year, we'll get the audited report for 2021. Thank you very much. If there are no matters arising, then I want us to go to the next agenda. Chair, you will just allow me to finish mine, then we can move on. The next agenda is borrowing powers. It is upon the members in an AGM like this one to approve maximum borrowing powers. This means that it is you to say that in case you need some external funding from any organization, then the management should take a particular amount which you have approved. Can be less, but not more than the amount approved by members. That is what we call in cooperative fixing maximum borrowing powers. So Apparently, I don't know how much it was for last year. I don't know whether it was 1 million or how much. Can you remember our maximum? A million? 1 million. The last time members approved that up to, if the management are getting any funding from external source, they take only up to 1 million, all right? So today, again, you are free to revise that or maintain. Tuko pamoja. So how much should we fix our borrowing power? Or is there anybody still who would want a clarification on that? Chair, I wanted to hear from them. Is there any clarification? All right. Yes, Chair. You're saying?
I'm so sorry. I forgot to read through the proposed budget.
This is a different agenda. Budget is a different agenda. Okay, I'll excuse me because this is the first AGM, all right? So budget is a different agenda. We'll come to budget, all right? This is now, we are fixing maximum borrowing power. That in case you go out, even you come to county, even to come to some of the guys, the finances. Cusco, I don't know whether, Cusco was here? You heard about Cusco? Yes, those are giant cooperatives. Nowadays, they give loans to the small cooperatives. If you go to Cusco, how much should they go for? Sawa sawa. So it is upon members to say the amount. Last year, you said it was 1 million. However, the period was too short, and with Corona and confusion and all that, I believe it was not used, because from the audited accounts, you didn't borrow from the banks. Still. Yes. What is your take this time around? Yes. Your name, brother?
My name is Samuel.
Yes. Yes. 20 million proposed by Mr. Duor. Anybody seconding or having a different figure? Seconder to that, 20M. Seconder. Ama umkisikia 20M, it is so big. Yes, yes. Vincent is seconding? Good. All right. We have 20,000 proposed and seconded. 20 million proposed and seconded. Is there a person with a contrary opinion on that? Contrary opinion, Yapili? Contrary opinion, anybody the third time? 0. So we fix our maximum borrowing powers at 20 million. The next is auditor. It is upon members to choose who to audit their books. Remember, in cooperative, audit is done yearly. So for this year, the government did it. That's why we have our county auditor. And it is always upon members to say whether they want the government to continue or they want private auditors, okay? So both do the same job, and actually the only one person in Kenya who is authenticating all that they have done, all right? So if we go private, they'll do their job and then bring to the same person, okay? If we go government, again, they'll do their job to the same person. The only difference is, one, the amount they charge. For government, it is always very low. You can't compare to what private auditors are doing. Because government, through your taxes, through what you are paying, okay? The government has employed the auditors, and they are paid their salary. So that the amount they charge as audit fee is subsidized. But if you go to the private auditors, you who gets into the office is the salary, okay? You are the rent. Vile umeingia, wewe ndio salary, wewe ndio kila kitu, wewe ndio school fees. So normally they charge higher. But it is upon members. If you feel you have the strength, you have that energy, still again, you are free to choose whether it is government or private, all right? The second difference is, if you go private, because there are so many in Kenya, there are so many. Actually, personally, I have 4 cousins who are auditors, and they have their farms. So 2 are in Kisumu here. The other one is in Eldoret. The other one is in Nakuru. So there are so many. So the law requires that if you choose private, then members are allowed to go and look for the auditor's quotations. And then we are called back again and get the lowest bidder. I'll bring mine, the four guys I have, I'll also throw mine there. Nyinyi pia kama uko na mbili tatu mnaleta. So that is the challenge. If we go private, then members are called back again to go for the lowest bidder amongst all those who are interested to do our audit. So the floor is yours. It's either private or government. Proposer, who is proposing who to audit our books, please? Ama kuna swali bado? You know, nimeingia na speed ingine kwa sababu najua wengine wanaenda Busia. Nami pia naenda mbali kidogo. Yes, proposal?
Yes, I want to propose government to do our audit.
Propose, your name, brother? William is proposing government. Who is seconding or anybody with a contrary opinion? Yes, brother. Your name?
My name is Barack
Okoth. Thank you very much. Government has been proposed and seconded. Anybody with a contrary opinion? Anybody who would want us to go private, please? You are free to raise up your hand and talk to us. Anybody who want us to go the other way around? Yeah, Tatu? Good. We have all approved that the government to continue to do our audit for the year 2021. So in January, they'll coordinate with the office so that we move on to do the audit. Now I'm in the elections. Will you tell me where is the list of those who have won, or how many chances?
Okay, in the management we have 3 positions standing, huh? And 4 to be replaced. Huh? I don't know if I can interrupt you, Kidogo. I left some proposals which were in this proposal list.
You know, in cooperative, if I've started agenda, we finished that. Now agenda is elections. We want to replace those who are in the management, or the gaps in any case, the vacancies. How many are they?
3 remaining in management position.
Was that in your report? Did you capture that in your report?
No, I didn't capture it in the
Okay. You are saying 3, how many were we initially? 7 or 9?
7 is when we wanted to propose 9.
Okay, just a minute. You know, wakati wa lunch hivi, unajua na watu wenye wako na movie, movie, ile nywele nyeupe inaitwaje? Hapana, okay, Kiswahili pia ni ngumu, lunchtime, I know. And what I'm saying is this. How many were we from the start? How many were elected last year? Was it 9 or 7? 7. 7 were elected, and then 3 are still there. The rest who have left have resigned. I hope so. Members tuko pamoja? All right, then we replace them. So we are saying we are replacing 4 in the management. Supervisory, there were 3. Are they still all there?
We did attend, but 2 forwarded their apologies.
2 have forwarded their apologies, meaning they are with us.
One
resigned. So good. So that who resigned we can replace. So we have 1 chance for supervisory, and then 4 chances in the management. Okay? Members, this is your day. This is your meeting. We want people who will lead us to the next level. You know, one thing I like with this cooperative, the generation. You are young people. You know, the other time I was called, we went at Joventure Hotel in where? Kondele. And I was told we call all the fisheries cooperative office, cooperators in fisheries department. Unajua wenye wanikuja? Wazee kibonge, wazee. mpaka ukasema hapa generation inaisha hapa sasa. We also call the cotton farmers. Wow, vijana wako. But I like this. This one and another one is challenging you, the chicken farmers also. We have their cooperative, the chicken farmers. And this one, I've realized the youths are there and they are doing it. That's why I like this cooperative. Now, I want us to replace, we get 4 members to join the management team. Should be somebody who is available, somebody with integrity, of course. Because normally I give you an example. I have a chairman of a cooperative society who has been there for 26 years. He has been the chairman of a cooperative for 26 years. And the guy is a no-nonsense guy, okay? You can't play with members' resources. He is very strict. He is very fair, strict and fair. The guy, yani, huwa anaenda unopposed. For the last 7 times, he has gone unopposed. Because watu wakimwangalia, they see a guy who is straightforward, who can lead, who can manage the resources. You know, here we are managing resources on behalf of members. Members are low. Tuko pamoja. So when it comes to leadership, we want somebody who is available, who is having the traits, having the qualities of a leader, who can take us to the next level. You join the other 3, work together so that the society can move on. The procedure is, you'll propose a name, and that name must be seconded for the person to qualify as being nominated. So you propose a name, and then the name must be seconded, meaning at least 2 people in the room have faith that the name mentioned, the person has quality to lead. Sawa sawa. Twende kazi. Ijapokuwa yenyu mko down sana. Yenyu mko down. Watu wa kuku walikuwa na furaha kidogo. Watu wa cotton, agawa wazee, they were a bit. Twende kazi. Proposal. You propose a name. Kama ujui jina kwa sababu it is your first meeting, just point, museme huyu, and then we'll get the name. Sawa sawa. Okay. Let's go. Proposal. Or still anybody with any query on that? There's no query. Propose who to lead. Who should lead our society to take us to the next level. So that come next AGM, next annual general meeting, we'll confirm whether they have done well or not. Twende kazi. Proposal. You know it is your meeting. And elections is part of AGM agenda. So we can't skip it. Yes, please. Propose. Your name? Vincent. You're proposing who?
Can I propose
Who is? Yes, is the other side. Is a member. Good. Your name is, bro? David Adwera, proposed. Who is seconding David? Who is seconding? Yes, your name? David again, seconding David. Sawa. Pardon? You're David who? David Ouna. Very good. Let's move on. Huyo tumepata mmoja. The second person to lead? Ama mjui wenye wako saizi? Wangapi wako saizi? Who are in the management right now, so that we don't mistake you again? Well, the 1, 2, where's the third person? Oh, she's there. Your name, ma'am? Winnie. Yes, good. They are there. Winnie, come close. You know, you're a leader. You're a leader, and this is your day. Kuja huku nisaidie. You can be seated there or there, so that we move together. All right, the 3 are in the management. That is now clear. The next person? Yes, ma'am. You are proposing Samuel? Yes, Samuel who? Samuel Oduor. Very good. Seconder to Samuel. Who is seconding? Yes, your name, ma'am? Damaris. Very good. We have to capture that very well. Good. Hao tumepata wawili. Watatu. Mtu watatu. The third person? Yes. Damaris proposed. Yes, your name? David has proposed Damaris. Seconder to Damaris. Who is seconding Damaris? Yes, your name? Peter? Peter. Yes. All right, tumepata watatu. Waine. Wa mwisho. Yes. You are proposing Jerusa? Where is Jerusa? Ah, yes. Ah, nimekuona. Jerusa is behind somewhere there. Ah, seconder to Jerusa. Who is seconding? Yes, your name? Pardon? Austin. Austin Odhiambo. Ah. Tumepata waine. Those will join the management team. We want to move to supervisory. Also, we needed one person. All right? One supervisory, one person. Supervisory, their main work is to confirm whatever the management are doing. They're the eyes of the members. I think we'll have time to talk to them, train them, so that they know what to do. They're the watchdogs. They are looking on what the management are doing, and during members meeting, like today, they should provide us with a report. And all their reports should pass our office first before they are presented to members. So normally there are guys who do their work quarterly. They only meet 4 times in a year to see whether things are going on well, to see whether the minutes are well kept, to see the transactions, the loans, should there be any loan application, the pending, and all that. So we need somebody who will be available to do this work. We want one person. We have only one slot. Within the agenda.
Yes, within the extension agenda. Weriny is one of those who have been in management, but he called to say that he would not wish to be in. That's why I didn't count her in. But now if she can accept, then we count her as part of those who are also in. Maybe she's now here, can confirm.
No, please. I want us, you know we are doing election, right? Yes. Once you're elected, you write a resignation letter. In this work, mtu anasema jana ameresign, kesho anakupeleka court ya kwamba ulimtoa na members ndio walimchagua last year. You get? But you must provide a resignation letter. We must have evidence. Tukienda kwa court, tunasema this is your handwriting. This is you talking. Tuko pamoja. Sio verbal. Sio verbal. Kama ilikuwa verbal, sorry. Let's wait up to next year. Let's move on. Simulimpata pale. Simulimpata. In cooperative, we only do letters. You do it to the chair prior to the meeting. All right? And then now we can move on. Tuko pamoja.
Let me just clarify something. The letter was already written. I thought you were submitting it during the AGM.
Sorry, so you are time bad. You are time bad. If he doesn't have the letter, I'm sorry. Let's move on. Tupate mtu mmoja for the supervisor. Iyo mtasort out kwa ofisi yenu. Sawa sawa. I can't sack. Unajua chenye nafanya saa hizi can only be challenged in a high court. Once I step out, you can challenge it in high court. All right? Now, I don't want to go to court because of some small mistakes. Mimi si member yenu. I'm not a member. I have another cooperative where I put my resources. So I'm just guiding you. So for me also to be safe, hapa ndio napata salary. Kama vile unafanya nini bwana. Hapa ndio nafanya. So I don't want anything to turn to me, court issue, court nini. The law is very clear. If anybody feels not to come, resigns to the chair does it through the report. Then I'm safe now. Sawa. One person for supervisory, please. One person to join supervisory? Yes. You propose Barak? Where is Barak? Barak who? Barak Okoth proposed. Seconder to Barak. Barak. Seconder to Barak, please. Yes. Your name? Samuel? Samuel Oduor. Get those names very clearly because tukienda kule kwa court, hiyo ndio itanisaidia. Very good. Is there anybody with a burning candidate? If there is a burning candidate, then now we have to vote. Do you have anybody with a burning candidate? Lazima aingie kwa supervisory. You know, if you have two proposals, then we have to vote. Si tuko pamoja? Hey, lakini hawa. Hey, these are farmers. These are farmers cooperatives. Lakini I thought sugar level imekuwa improved a bit. Is there anybody with another candidate? Anybody with another candidate, please? All right. If there is no other person, I think, Chair, now it is upon you'll call for a meeting with the newly elected people, and then we'll see who to play where, who to do what. And moving on, as William said earlier when you left, that there is need for that training so that we move in a harmonious way. I like the spirit I've seen here. You have seen our donors, you have seen my boss was here, the director. We want this cooperative to grow. You know, whenever I go to their meetings and mention that I have a pigs cooperative society, they look at me like, hey, hiyo imetoka wapi? Na nani amefikiria? Yes, we need to look at it. So we are part of you. We are stakeholders in this. In as much as you depend on it, we are serious about it. Let us move on. And togetherness, we stand. See, that is the saying, all right? Together we stand, and if we go apart, we fall. We need that togetherness. We work together to achieve our objectives. Chair, I want not to bore members with a lot of remarks. I want to leave it there, so I'll give you a chance to do the budget. You have the budget? Yes. Yeah. For me, I'm very serious with the cooperative agenda, okay? Alafu wakimaliza hiyo, sasa nitawawacha. Now you can talk of the pigs and all that, which is very good. So I'll give chance for the budget. You can read it from there.
So I don't know if I can also put it alongside other proposals that were there so that they are all discussed as a package.
In cooperative agenda. We go with the agenda. Tuko pamoja. Mutanisamee wapendwa. I know ni mkulima, hamtaki watu kali sana. But for me, cooperative, we go with the agenda. Kama ni budget, fanya tu budget. Maleza. Tunaenda kwa the next. Sawa sawa? Okay.
So allow me to present this one while seated. So we'll need some guidance in certain areas through our cooperative officer on the estimated incomes. That one's we'll get them maybe through after we've certified this one. So from the management team, this is the kind of budget that we managed to come up with so that maybe members can go through. So number one, we are talking about wages and salaries in a situation that we are going to possibly maybe employ some few people to help us in handling maybe feed stuffs and even slaughterhouse and any other thing. Maybe we are proposing that if we are paying maybe 5,000 or 3,000 or so, so in a month we could be spending roughly 50,000 on a lower then by 12 months, then that one brings it to 600,000. So bank charges, we talked of 60,000, talking of maybe if we now go large scale and maybe we have a lot of transactions in terms of feeds that we are ordering and transactions that we are taking electronically to members. Maybe each month, maybe on maybe a higher side is 5,000, and if we take it by 12 months, giving us 60,000. So we have here rent and lease, whereby we talked of roughly 30,000 per month, and giving us 360. Though this one I would also give an input, because the first one that we'll be able to lease actually was talking of 40,000 in the first year, and progressive every year we add 10,000 as it goes. So the piece of land that we got at airport that somebody is willing to lease for us, and we will revisit this part. So AGM and special general meeting expenses, at least 36,000 for every NINI, and we hold only one AGM in a year. But we had put here, we'll rectify, because if we have another special general meeting, then which means that our budget might be done away with. So we'll discuss that. So auditing, we talked of 15,000, and because our auditor is here and we have also mentioned this, we don't want to have issues by the time we are going to go for an audit. It will also help us in contributing to this, so that we don't under budget before, or maybe over budget for that. So bookkeeping, we've talked of maybe whoever will be balancing our books every month, and I think this one to some extent will be covered by our electronic system that is coming up in the mobile app. So we'll revisit that one, but they were in the earlier proposal. So stationery and office setup, we are talking of 80,000. That one is in case we are going to buy tables, chairs, and maybe desktop and whatever that we might need in an office on a lower nini. We can scratch and have some few stationaries, not on a higher side, but just something to start with. We are not talking of a bigger budget. So committee members and supervisory, at least if we have 7 members and each taking maybe 1,000 per sitting, and that one gives us for 12 months, giving us that. That calculation need to be revisited. We are talking of 1,000 per person. Don't know where this 200 is coming from. Then we have supervisory. If there are 3 people, each person taking 1,000, and they're supposed to have quarterly meetings. So that one translates to 12,000. So we are talking of 12,000 and 84,000. This one needs to be erased. So sundry and expenses, including phone and such like, we are talking of 100,000. Then transportation, say that we are now doing delivery of feeds from whichever place to other part, maybe 50,000 in a month. Kama ilikuwa ni 10,000 ama 20,000 kusafirisha vitu, then for 12 months we are going to use roughly 600. So paying suppliers and contractors, if we were to use our own money to store our feeds, maybe worth 20 million would go for that. Then in a month, in a year, I mean, maybe 1 million per month, ending up That one doesn't add up. So platform and web development and maintenance, we are talking of 600. But I think this one we will need to talk about it. Some of it has been covered in by some of our members who led to the formation. So we have marketing and publicity. So we are setting aside like 1 million. So maybe let us look at them one by one, and members air where they want to be rectified or maybe ironed out. So wages and salaries, we put it in on a lower side or higher side if we were to spend. Let members. Yes, yes, yes.
Now, thank you for that presentation. And members, I feel this is still work in progress. During AGM, we want definite figures, so that the accumulated figure, we see it against the expected income. Tuko pamoja, members? So I think I'll liaise with you so that we harmonize it. You know, you cannot spend what you have not received. Sindio? So members should clearly see where are we going to derive the amount to be spent. Yes? Remember, we spend, there are liabilities which you can't touch. The shares you can't touch. Those are liabilities to the society. When a member is exiting, after giving a notice of 60 days, it should be refunded. So it is a liability. If you spend it, then it's like you are cutting your own throat. You are shooting yourself. Sawa. So liabilities, the shares, the share deposits and share capital, touch not. All right? Now, there are some other funds which will generate, like the membership fee, the interest on loan, sale of bylaws, sale of t-shirts. I don't know whether you have gone that far. No? There are some other services, then some extra amounts which you get, which are not touching of the shares, all right? Those one can be used for the expenditure. So my proposal is for us to cut time, to be time conscious. Allow, I don't know whether all of us are in the wall. There should be another time, then the management to table to you a refined, definite budget with exact figures, not times again. Not that is not accurate. Not that, you know, member can approve that stationery is 10,000. It is 10,000, not that times something. All right? You don't leave anything guessing. So that come next year, we'll gauge you, and that is one of the things auditor will be doing. Come next year, they'll see, did you spend as per the approved budget of members? Members gave you some limit to spend. Did you follow that? Sawa. Or ninawachapa wakulima sana. Wakulima, but you'll find it nice. I know it is the first one. Mkiendelea mtapata ni nzuri. So, can we close it at that? It is harmonized. Then, through any other way, we can share it with you so that you get the definite figure. Sawa. Approved? Yes, because for example, I expected for the salary, we proposed to members that we want to employ 2 or 1 employee, all right? At this rate. So when members approve salary, they approve for 1 person or 2 people who will be our staff. Yes, so that is what we are going to work on, so that we have definite figures explained from what we expect as income which will finance the whole budget. Thank you very much. If we allow that, we can leave it so that we refine it later. I want to welcome the chair again. Somebody said there are proposals, because to us, the main agenda is over. Now we are at the AOB, and the AOB amongst them are now the proposal from the management. Sawa sawa? Tuko pamoja? Yeah, najua ni saa saba na dakika around 20. Men and women have not, Obusuma. Karibu.
Thanks, Commissioner. And I think our proposal, we only have 2 major points that we would want to talk about, but it has always, the other things are intact as they have always been aired on the, actually posted on our walls. So we have 2 issues here about the name of the cooperative, which here the proposal is, this society shall be called KPIST, Kenya Pig Stakeholders Cooperative Society Limited. So herein after as a society, and its area of operation shall be in the Republic of Kenya. Sorry for that. So we have our name Weriny, and here we are talking about KPIST. And I think this one was a bit of a consultation with a number of members, and I think following that we also want to cover the entire country, and we would not want discrimination of such nature, we decided to have that name proposed from the management side to also be discussed by members, and also the area of coverage, so that we come within, we actually come from the local area we were serving to now reach out for the entire country. That is the first proposal. Another one that is there is about membership. I don't know if we can clear that, then I go to the membership, the registration fee. The others remain as they had been, but we can still read them.
I think, Chair, you can let him just take us through the changes he proposed.
All of them.
Kindly note, the first one is on name.
Okay.
Just change the...
So we have time for that, yeah.
Then we can now have the matters arising.
Yes.
Save time, huh? All right.
So that is the first one. The second one is about introduction of types of membership. So there shall be the following categories or classes of membership. We have a normal member, which shall be an individual willing and ready to share both the liabilities and benefits of the cooperative through availing the needed resources and time to ensure growth and development of the society, and shall pay registration fee of 1,500, share capital of 5,000 equivalent to 5 shares, and shall pay a monthly share deposit of 100. Will have access to investment, shares, distributions, participate in decision making, attend general meeting, run for board position, access to dividend voting in elections, and access to information about the cooperative, and also eligible for loans. Have responsibilities including financial support, participation in governance, and offering suggestions on how to improve the business, also called original member. Subject to the rules, members who have registered or ceased to be a member shall have no claim on the property of the society. Shifting membership is not encouraged. from normal category to dual category, one will have to apply in writing to the board with the detailed reason to convince the board for consideration of his or her switch to a different category. We have member, the second category is associate member, divided into two types. They may come in as business owners or investors, and include individuals, single business groups, companies, enterprises, and organizations. In the pig industry, one person will represent himself, business, group, company, enterprise, or organization. Legal documents of registration apply with his or her personal details for registration. Management may request for any document relevant for registration process. So shall either be as associate business member whose main objective is to make profit through the service contracts that may come through the cooperative, may pay entrance fee of 2,000 and 10,000 as share capital, non-refundable, being goodwill to the cooperative for undertaking marketing activities. Shall pay a monthly deposit as per the size of the business. Small businesses shall pay 500, medium 1,000, large 2,000 per month. It is expected to pay subscription as will be determined with management committee from time to time, or as now can join us as associate investor member whose main objective is to purely boost the cooperative's initiative without making profit, is more or less a well-wisher, pay entrance fee of 2,000 and 10,000 as a share capital, non-refundable, but investors shall not be subjected to monthly deposits, but can save as much shares as per the available limits from time to time. The two types are also considered original members. So subject to the rules, member who have resigned or ceased to be a member shall have no claim to the property of the society, and so shall the partners or their affiliates. So shall enter into a legal written agreement with the cooperative that will be binding. Also shall also has the right to participate in general meetings except contesting a seat, except to relevant income contributions, grants, information, and investment savings are eligible for loans if one is an investor associate and has consistent savings or have committed reasonable funds, not less than 500,000 for investment in the society. Dormancy of 3 consecutive subscription is subject to cessation of membership and may only be hosted at the discretion of the board to continue transacting with the cooperative, but can be dismissed if the board is not convinced that there is no reason to continue with further engagement. The investor may be assigned projects on behalf of the cooperative to use the investment funds to generate profits or carry out activities for the cooperative. The management takes full responsibility of such funds not to lose members' resources. Shifting membership is not encouraged from associate category to normal category. We have affiliate member, and this also, is also someone who jointly owns shares, property in the society, and whose name appears subsequently after the original member name in the share certificate. They are admitted after paying a fee of 2,000 only, not subjected to share capital or monthly deposit, but can boost the investment shares of his partner, who is the original member. They may include spouse, parents, children above 18 years, or business partner or group member. Through the original member's share certificate, the partner or partners will be covered in Weriny structure and can access the society's services as per the limit provided. This is possible if that organization or person provides a letter with details showing their contributions and activities in that organization, subject to Section 18 through the partners. Management will determine the maximum number of members to be considered as such members per share certificate that will be allowed, considering the nature of their business and size of group. Even through the ownership of the resident's business is not primarily under his or her name, the affiliate, he or she has the right to occupy the residence after a written consent of the original member, and upon written approval is also allowed to attend the general meetings of the society, but not eligible to contest election, nor access dividends, grants, or decision-making, but are allowed to give suggestions for considerations. They cease to exist upon the default, death, or resignation of the original member. They have access to the contribution and are expected to abide by them. They are not eligible for loans or other benefits and as individuals, but can benefit together with the original member in case of distributions of the group's goodies, may be subject to Section 20 and benefit with Section 18 and 19 respectively, if also registered as nominee by a normal member. Not eligible to participate in election process, as his vote is counted under the original member. So we have minor member or the juvenile member. A minor is eligible to enter into a contract and obtain membership of a society, but only through his parents or guardians or legal representative. When he or she is no longer a minor, that's above 18, he or she has the statutory right to participate in any sale transaction of the residence and business on his own. The property will be under the name of the minor, but the society cannot undertake any legal action regarding transfer to the parent or guardian unless a judgment is ruled by the competent court. Same shall apply to the death of the minor. Can register as either normal member or a business associate member depending on the nature of engagement intended with the cooperative. Default in the account is subject to notify within 1 week, confirmed with the death certificate, and also benefit will be proposed and handed to him, or another guardian is recommended to carry on the business. Allowed to attend general meetings, but is not allowed to participate in decision making, nor eligible for election. So we have dual member one shall first register as either normal or associate member to specify his or her interest and intended nature of engagement with the cooperative. Shall be one who have paid an additional registration fee of 2,000 and share capital of 15,000 with a monthly deposit of 1,000. One has to previously been either normal member or associate investor to qualify as a dual member. Shall be allowed to undertake the activities as in both normal and associate category with specific and clear details of his or her area of operations. Shall strictly stick to his or her line of specification as either normal or investor associate. Shall not be allowed to change specification but can be given a chance to shift back to the previous membership category as either normal or associate investor member if dual category doesn't work well for them. Shall therefore fall under two types, either a dual normal member or a dual investor member. So a regular member shall be any party interested with joining the cooperative without much commitment in its operations and shall register as an individual or business. So individuals shall pay registration fee of 500 shillings only, shall not be subject to any additional payment like share capital or monthly deposit, but can willingly save with the cooperative and request withdrawal of their savings in writing for disbursements. They shall be allowed to freely trade in the cooperative platform at a small commissions per sales made through the system. Shall not be invited for general meetings. Business members shall register with 1,000 only, shall not be subject to any additional payment like share capital or monthly deposit, but can willingly save with the cooperative and request withdrawal of their savings in writing for disbursement. They shall be allowed to freely trade in the cooperative platforms at a small commission per sales made through the system and shall not be invited for general meetings. They shall be covered under the rules of the bylaw and protected by the same. So that one I think is that. Then qualification of membership. We have part one that was missing in that. Shall be ordinary resident or own land or property within the Republic of Kenya. So that one was added because of the coverage region talked about earlier. Then part G, I don't know if you people have the constitution. So these are parts that are actually added. If a member starts paying for registration fee and shares, the period of completing all the requirements shall not exceed 6 months from initial payment. Beyond 6 months, one will be considered a lost member and shall reapply afresh if they resurface and show interest to join again. Then we have 9.1. An applicant shall be admitted to the membership on application for membership, and entrance fee shall apply as per the classes of membership chosen, with shares as shall be fixed by the general meeting from time to time. Talking of 9G, failure to remit share contributions and loan repayments for continuous period of 6 months without valid reason or leave of the society. that is cessation of membership. That one was added. Another one that was added, another cessation is failure to pay subscription for more than 2 months without valid reason or leave of the society. I think another one comes here, number 17C. All forms of shares shall remain non-refundable. I think that one needs to be revisited. Except savings, but investment share can be transferred. The above A and B refers to members' savings under section 76. Just earmark that. So we have membership shares, common shares, or the share capital. So in a normal member category, one is expected to pay at least 5 shares of 1,000 each, totaling to 5,000. In associate membership, one is expected to pay 10 shares, each 1,000, that is 10,000. Dual membership shall pay 15, that is 15 shares each at 1,000. Minor member shall choose either of the above, whether is a normal or associate member. So this is what makes one own the cooperative, and is non-refundable but can be transferred to another member of the society. So that's the normal so this shall give shareholders more privilege, like vote and contribute in decision making as per the specification under each category of membership. So part B is contributed by normal, dual, and associate and juvenile categories only. Those are the. Then we investment shares, or the preferred shares. So no member shall hold more than 1/5 of the total shares of the society. Means this one, it means making a great investment in the cooperative, earns a greater return in terms of dividends, priority in benefits shared, and in board representation. Applicable to normal, associate member, dual, and minor membership only. Normal deposit, monthly deposits refers to the monthly amount paid by the member to be considered active member. So shall be 100 for normal category, 500 for small scale associate, 1,000 for medium associate, and 2,000 for large scale associate category, 2,000 for dual category, and if not adhered to for 6 consecutive months in normal category, and 3 months in associate and dual categories, necessitates cessation of membership. Consistency help in consideration of benefit and prioritizing of services to a member, e.g. loans and contracts. Can also be paid in bulk for 1 financial year. So monthly deposit, one can decide to pay for the whole year. Shall not be refundable, but used for the daily running of the society's operation to ensure continuity. So another amended part is this refers to the investment shares only as per the bylaws. I think Chapter 8, following the nature of diversity of membership and for purpose of flexibility, we therefore adopt weekend meetings and transition in order to allow as catch up with objectives. I think this one you need to understand it in that management meetings were supposed to be held on weekdays. So we are trying to allow their meetings, not just management, general meetings. We are supposed to operate on weekdays. So we are also supposed to maybe adopt a way that we can also hold these ones on weekends. Online meetings, the platforms. We adopt website and mobile app, Zoom and WhatsApps as a legal platform for our democratic decision making. Legal regulations apply, and all active members will be notified and expected to contribute on specific agendas tabled by the management, and that all conclusions arrived at will be binding. Management meeting may also be held online, but with we will not substitute their monthly meetings. Not more than 4 management meetings shall be held per year. That one online. Online, so at least we embrace the others. There's a missing part there. The cooperative take precautions of legalizing platform as an optional meeting forum by holding each person accountable for any reckless post which may be misleading, insightful, abusive, or contrary to the society's interest and expected ethics. There shall be a penalty subject to section 60.2 of the bylaw, or risk losing his membership and his or her share and benefits frozen. The section also protects the platform economic value as desirable destination for user and advertisers. So Twitter and Facebook will also be used for social interaction with the potential customers and advertisements of the society's products, but not for official business transactions of the in-house matters. This is management committee meetings. I think here a record of business of the management committee. Yeah. So we had executive officers. There are some parts that were missing. So under chairman's article, we have shall be signatory to the bank account, all documents and contracts. That was missing in the published document. And again, shall represent the organization as its figurehead, provide leadership, supervision to senior team. Then under vice chair, what was missing is shall be the chairperson to the education subcommittee, shall be signatory to the account, legal document and contracts. Then under honorary secretary, we have parts that were added here. Shall be a signatory to the bank account, documents and contracts, maintain diaries and arranging appointments, typing, preparing and collecting reports, filing and managing databases. So we have under treasurer, shall be, these are added, part H, shall be a signatory to the bank account, contract and official documents. I think that one is repeated. Then supervisory committee, the other one remains, are the watchdogs of the members on the work performance of the management committee. The committee is answerable to to the members. Main duty is to ensure that the society is run according to the directions given at the AGM and SGM and in accordance to the function of the management committee, and they serve the same purpose as an internal audit department in an organization. Those were missing in the previous document. So we have dissolution. The society shall be dissolved in accordance with the procedures set forth in the Act and rules. Any member of the society who feels aggrieved by an order under subsection 1 may, within 2 months after the making of such order, appeal against the order to the minister with a final appeal to the High Court. Distribution of assets. A liquidator shall sell all fixed assets by public auction or private transfer to carry on business on the society. Commission shall approve scheme of distribution to be applied amongst the existing active members as at that time. So treatment of the membership right in the event of a merger, reorganization, or consolidation. I think the other ones remain. This one was missing. The management, the marketing and communication subcommittee was missing in our document. And here the purpose: to steward Weriny brand and image, assure that the society has internal and external marketing and communication. This chapter shall be reviewed and reassessed by the marketing subcommittee at least annually, and any proposed changes shall be submitted to the management team for approval in consideration for tabling as amended item in AGM. The structure shall consist of 3 or more members from the management team and may co-opt or appoint 3 or more from 3 board regions of coverage. That there's an English that went wrong there. The board chair and manager shall be ex officio members to the subcommittee. A quorum of any meeting shall consist of majority of its voting members, shall hold monthly meetings with reports presented regularly to the board monthly meetings. The chair of the subcommittee may as well call for a meeting as he deems necessary. Responsibility of the marketing team: facilitate and promote participation to increase membership value, benefits, and satisfaction. Recommend to the management, the board, appropriate language and visual representation of Weriny to the external audience. Assure adequate response and proper usage of marketing funds to support the strategic plans. Assure proper positioning of Weriny with the media. Ensure unified branding and messaging across the society. Establish both blog unit and editorial calendar of communication content. Post and assess content through Weriny various social media channels. Shall be the head of public relations, which will be a subunit in handling the communication between the organization and public. It shall appoint at least 2 members to contribute, to constitute the PR unit. They contribute articles and ideas to the quarterly newsletter. So we have communication and social journals. The official means of communication by the office shall include phone, SMS, platforms, Zoom or WhatsApp, and official letters. Marketing and communication department shall support the publication of the journal every 3 monthly. Special issues may be published from time to time. Marketing and communication subcommittee chair shall make decision about all matters relevant of the journal in consultation with the board chairperson, and if and is responsible for every publication. Chapter 6, we have youth and women. Subcommittee, not project. We'll need that one. So I think that one was misplaced somewhere. It's not a group. Willing ladies and men under the age of 35 years willing to engage in economic activities in the agribusiness. So it is a subcommittee actually which is supposed to be set to handle youth and women activities that the cooperative shall have given to that department. So male members who are originally youths at entry age shall remain members of the project unless they drop out or cease to be members of the cooperative. Shall have their separate bank account with separate signatories, but may be joined by 1 or 2 officials of the cooperative to monitor and ensure that activities are done according to the rules of the organization. Shall do all their operations in consultation with office and report to the chairperson with accountability of all the transactions made in line with their operations. There shall be an unrefundable registration fee of 500 to help operationalize the bank account. Investment shares may apply from time to time depending with the project at hand. Members may also save with the project account and get refunded upon writing a request for refund. So I think mission was there, vision was there, but I can read. To serve the community by operating a socially responsible and financially sound business that provide a full section of natural food and quality products, offering a variety of necessities at basic prices, providing friendly, knowledgeable customer services, promoting awareness about agriculture, nutrition, health, and cooperative value, and providing a workplace that fosters opportunities for participation, empowerment, and growth in an environment of mutual respect and cooperation. The vision is to be a trusted, safe food source for the community and employer of choice. So I think it is at that point that some of the proposals are.
The long one, but finally we are done. Members, as I say, it is your meeting. Should I use the mic still? Yes. Okay. It is your meeting. What do you say? Yes.
We can't comprehend
Okay. Yeah, I thought I was suffering alone because of age, but kumbe, you are also suffering. Any other person? What is your take? He's proposing we get the soft copy so that each one puts the input, and then we can come together and harmonize what we want. Because that will get us to know if we broaden the membership, what are we going to gain? See, tuko pamoja? Yeah, you know, we are here for business, right? That's the truth. You know, you had your picks. You are doing your farming. But now, your coming here should add value to what you are doing, right? So I think what he's proposing is in line. Who is seconding? Seconder, you are who? Barak. All right. Anybody with a contrary opinion, who would want us to go? You know, cooperative is led through democracy. Yes, 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 brother.
Probably I would say, because this is going to govern the cooperative or to govern the membership, the chairman can then call a special general meeting maybe in January or December so that these things are passed in a meeting like this.
Exactly, exactly. So you are liaising with them, we give some time. You are, again, of the same opinion. Exactly. I think the way he has put it, that is what I also wanted to say. That with the budget and this one, let's have the two agenda with a special general meeting so that we discuss them in depth and then pass. Sawa sawa. That was my proposal. Yes.
I share the same opinion, but I would urge all members that as we think about, as we digest and we go through the whole literature, the proposal that was made on the name change, I think it is a good proposal because it will now portray a name that would be in line with the vision of the entire cooperative movement thing altogether. Because if it is a national thing, then the name should portray that this really something that's supposed to be national, not just within a specific region alone.
Okay.
And then there was another part, in as much as there was a lot to go through, nevertheless, I still had a chance to capture, in terms of membership, there was a part about youth and women, something like that. I saw it somewhere. But I don't know what others would think, but in my own personal opinion, I did not, I found it as if it was a duplication of what was already been covered in other forms of membership.
I think already we have started, imagine discussing it. So I think we shared for that, but what you have said is very valid, very much valid. The change of name, you want to go national? That was the proposal?
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll propose to them so that we write it as a proposal during that day. Then the youth and what you're saying, already let us not start the discussion. What you're saying is very valid. I think we keep it for that day when we come for the discussion. However, the soft copy chair or the management should go to everyone. In fact, that is the process of amending bylaws. Imagine, in cooperative, if you want to do any amendment, you let all members get the copy. Right now, it can be done in soft. Let them do their input. Unajua wewe pia umeona hizi. Na ukipatia nafasi, hao pia labda they will see it in another perspective. So let's do that. And then we give assignment. Come January or December, we can call for special general meeting. And that day sasa tutaanza mapema. Tunaanza mapema na agenda. Members alone, I'm sorry, in cooperative is always agenda. You go with the agenda. Sio zingine. Zingine hizo ni AOP. Okay? Next time we'll start with the agenda. Then tukimaliza, now AOP. Tuko pamoja. Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for your coming and your patience up to this time. Maybe we can have vote of thanks, and then somebody to pray, unless there's another agenda for the farmers. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Bana, Cooperative Commissioner. And I would wish to get one guidance before maybe you leave, because we need to be guided. We are still young on handing over. Is the period that is normal for the previous officers that were there now need to hand over. So maybe guidance from you before we close. Yes.
That we can do in during the management meeting, okay? You know, there are some for the general members, there are some for the management. All right?
Thank you, thank you.
But the thing is, the soonest possible.
Okay.
Let them hand over the soonest possible.
Okay. So I think before we finalize, we have an IT person who was also supposed to take us through our platform. It is not complete, but at least it is good to just launch it and at least let's just give some time. It takes 6 months as per the agreement, but we are on the 3rd month. So let us just get what is there. Then as we progress come December, I think by January we will be good to now start using our platform and all that. Then after that, I'll give a vote of thanks. Then at least we finalize with the word of prayer. So yes. We have the final one. The same side. The same side. The same side, yeah. Yeah. So just present what you have. Then we'll get the time to finalize. Yeah. So I just go through or go through details. No details. Just show them what is there. And how they can they will be able to log in and know all the stuff. Yes. So the beginning with the sales. At beginning. Just take it your way as long as you share the result. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. So, my name is Joseph. I'll take very few minutes to introduce to you what we've been doing over the past 3 months. We've done quite some good work in terms of system development. So being a marketing cooperative society, we've developed a platform where farmers and other shop owners can come, sell and buy items that they need. So we developed a product called Agribiz Hub, Kenya Agribiz Hub. So as a shop owner, let's say you own an agrovet shop, you can simply come here and become a seller. So when you request to become a seller, if you don't have an account, we request you to register an account. So we collect some basic details from you. That is full name, phone number, email, password, then you confirm the password. Then once you are logged in, we collect a few more details. We allow you to upload some documents like KRA PIN, ID, because we have to verify that you are an existing, as in a real user, not somebody who's just coming here to create account. So we allow you to upload some documents. Apart from the personal documents, we also allow you to upload the business documents. And as soon as you are done, you are able to now create shops, different shops within the platform. sorry, I need to get an active account. But I'll just explain. So once you've been approved as a seller, the first step you are supposed to take is create a shop. So a single seller may have more than one shop. Let's say maybe you have different branches. You can create all those branches within the platform. Then you add products to each and every branch. So those shops, together with the products, have to be approved by admin, who is us here, to ensure that it appears here for somebody to come and buy. So we allow the approval to be done by the admin because we don't want fake products to be posted on the platform. So as a buyer, once I visit the platform, I can browse through the products. They are commonly purchased products that will appear here. Then we'll have the different categories. We have fruits, frozen. We'll modify the categories with time. So if you select each category, you can see the products under that category. So if I need to buy an item, I simply come here. I can view more about the product. So I get to read more about the products. We give a lot of information. You can see which shop this product is in, maybe any social media handles of the shop owner. Then you can add that product to cart. So you just confirm, yes, add to cart. So once the product is successfully added, you can continue shopping. Let's say you come, you need another product. You can select, sorry, not wish list. So once you have selected your cart, you check out, then we allow you to pay via M-Pesa. So it's a very simple and straightforward process. So that's for the marketing side. We've also developed something for the cooperative. So as a member, you'll be having a platform similar to this. So first we'll create an account by providing your details here. So once you create an account, I'll demonstrate to you the web portal version of it, but we have also the app and a USSD application doing all the same features. So once you provide your details here and log in, you'll also be allowed to upload your documents, the mandatory documents for the cooperative, that is the ID, passport photo, KRA PIN. And then the SACCO admin will have to approve your account where you get a membership number. So if you have a membership number, you simply come to the login page and log in using your credentials. So for security purposes, we allow an OTP. This is just to secure your account transactions. So once I'm logged in, I can see some statistics about my account. I'll see how much monthly savings I have. In summary, monthly deposit, I mean my savings account, my monthly deposits, share capital, and investment shares. Then I can also see a trend of how I've been saving from the dashboard. So once you are approved, you'll have different accounts. We have registration fees. So based on the membership types, you'll be having different amounts for registration fees. So if you pay any amount to the system before it goes to any other account, it has to deduct the registration fees. Then we have share capital. Similarly, we have the requirements for share capital as a member. This is the account that share capital will be held in. Then we have investment shares, just similar to other accounts, monthly deposits, and savings. So if I need to transfer funds to any account, let's say I want to deposit to any account from my M-Pesa, we've made it very simple. You just select the account, let's say registration fees, select the amount, let's say 10 shillings. Then I initiate the transaction. So let me project my phone to show you what happens. Just one second. So what happens is the M-Pesa just simply pops up and requests you to enter your PIN. So we've made the process very simple. So immediately you enter your PIN and complete the transaction, the funds will be credited to your respective account. So the same happens for all other accounts. You can select any account and deposit. On inter-account transfers, we allow you to to transfer funds from your savings account to other accounts. You can transfer to monthly deposits and any other account. So we made that also simple and straightforward. Withdraw to M-Pesa, this is a function that will be is also available in case you have funds in your savings account and want to withdraw, then you can withdraw to M-Pesa. So in a nutshell, and just brushing through quickly, those are the features of the system. So the same is available on USSD to ensure that those people who don't have internet can access the services, and also people with smartphone can access the services through the Android application that you've developed. So thank you for your time.
So I think that's just a skeleton of what is underway being developed, and we are grateful. Once the system is fully complete, I think we shall fully now launch it, and members will be given the app to now start interacting and using the mobile app. So again, I think what they did not mention is that we are not just going to use the platform alone. We will actually practice what we had actually started by also helping other cooperatives that will be affiliating or maybe partnering with us to also have the same services. We'll also, just the same way we will have this one for our cooperative, we will also create for those who also want to partner with us, other cooperatives who does not have such platforms and would also need, they will also access their cooperative through our app. And I think that one also creates the partnership we are also looking for. So with those very many remarks, I would wish to invite Mr. Pot to kindly have a vote of thanks to our guests, both absent and the available ones, so that we can finally have a word of prayer from Weriny to close for us the meeting. Thank you.
It has been a long day that we have had this meeting, but we must thank the Almighty that has enabled this day to be successful. And I would request you that once I mention something, or I mention the name of our Lord, then you just give a clap once, rap. Then I mention another one, and you give it rap, and then we finish up with 3 claps. So I want to thank God for enabling us and giving us journey mercies and giving us the platform over which we have discussed our issues and making this a success. Thank you, Lord. You just put it once like this, rap. Yes. I want also to thank our partners. You remember when I was giving an overview and giving an opening remark, I said that this journey has been long, yes, but it is a journey that has had hiccups. Tumepitia mabonde na milima. Tumepita kwa mambo mabaya, mazuri pia. Na tumeona we have succeeded up to this level. And actually, when you look at the submissions of today and the people, stakeholders whom we have invited, those ones whom we call our partners, and we have visited, and much has been done. So we thank them for coming
and enabling us to hold this annual general meeting. RAP. Yes. I want also to thank our cooperative commissioner, our officer of cooperatives, who is in charge of us. Sir, this is still a young cooperative society, and you have seen how much has been done, but there is still a lot to be done. So we need constant guidance from you. I know you have had to overgo your busy schedules in order for you to come and share with us. We thank you together with your auditor for having enabled this day to be very successful. And without you, I don't think we could have gone this far. Thank you very much. I want to thank members who have attended this virtually. And if when virtual was not very possible, they went to YouTube, and they have been listening to us very carefully. They have been following up what we have gathered today and how far we have gone. So we thank them for having attended the meeting. Rab. We want to thank members who have come here in person. I know that without you having come here in person and from different places, then it would have been taken that this thing has failed. But we thank you that you have availed yourself today and made this meeting a success. Thank you very much. After that, we want to thank the hotel. Because when we approached the hotel, we had to negotiate a number of issues with them. We went humbled, and we asked them to give us some provisions that are not given to any other people. And they allowed us and gave us some special provisions at this level because we are a young cooperative society. Thank you, the management, for this Palmas Hotel. Rab? Yeah, so with those few remarks, I would say thank you very much, and may God bless you. Have journey mercies, and when you go, please let us buy more oil and put in our lamp so that our lamp can keep on lighting and recruit more members. As a person, I would say that I have gone far and recruited even some of the schools. I don't know whether Lawrence is here with us. Lawrence. Is Lawrence here? Yes, I've recruited Obolo Mixed Secondary School, and they now have about 30-something pigs in their farm that they are. So please, recruit more members, recruit more organizations, and soon they are becoming members of our cooperative society. Do